Test, test. What's cracking, y'all? Happy day. What's up, Kenneth? How's it going, y'all? Trump threatens to use the Insurrection Act to end protests in Minneapolis. Woof. Guys, they're sick of hearing about how he's a dictator. They're sick of it. They're sick about us crying about how he's going to use the Insurrection Act and be a dictator. But he's talking about not having midterms, and he's talking about
Friend, what's up, bro?
what's up, dude.
What you doing? I've missed you. Yo, I'm sorry for what I said like some months before. I've made a bad joke, I know that. I didn't mean to. I just wanted to have some attention from you. But you always ignore me.
I gotta get guests.
Do you want to see what they got from the... Sorry?
What you got?
Do you want to see what I bought from the store? Esselunga. It's like an Italian supermarket. I'll show you. It's nothing weird, don't worry. It's some vegetable. Wait, I'm washing it because you can't eat the normal vegetables.
Chat, tap the screen.
Look
Let's
at
get a few
this.
thousand taps. Let's get a few thousand taps on the screen. Look at that.
That's a pickle.
Proud of you. Proud of you.
Yeah.
All right, I gotta get ops in here, bro.
Wait. Look at my feet. This is my feet.
Okay.
No, wait, look.
Do you want? All right, I'm good. Chat, tap the screen if you're a Trump supporter. You want to debate? Hop in the box. Come tell me why you like Trump. Oof. Okay. Yo, thanks, Tic Tac. Thanks, Hell. Are we great yet? Yeah, who knows? $9 billion is the amount we know was taken. Apply the 2080 rule. Yeah. Are we talking about Trump? How much wealth he's amassed during presidency? Chat, tap the screen. Let's go. Hello, are you a Trump supporter?
I am. I have one question for you. Can men get pregnant?
Yes.
Men can get pregnant.
Yes.
How? Tell me how a man gets pregnant.
A trans man can get pregnant if they have the proper...
No. I said biological man. How can a biological man get pregnant?
What's a bio... That just means organic?
Okay, there's no such thing as a trans man. I'm asking you, can a man get... Can you get... Are you a man? Can you get pregnant? Are you a man? Are you a man?
Yes, I'm a man.
Can you get pregnant?
No.
Okay, I'm a man. I can't get pregnant either. So men can't get pregnant. You're right?
So you're just saying all men, not even trans men?
Men can't get... There's no trans men. Men can't get pregnant.
I love how you guys... Do you think that somebody came around and taught all of us this, like a cult?
Hey, wait a second, bro. Are you a man?
Yes.
Can you get pregnant?
No.
Okay, follow the science. Men can't get pregnant. That's the science.
So if one man can't get pregnant, all men can't get pregnant. Thanks, Mr. Scientist.
Just because there's a there's a cultural phenomena of something called a trans, whatever you want to call them, they're not men. You just answered your own question. Is your dad a man?
Hey, Bucky's
is your dad a man?
Yes.
Is your dad a man?
Bucky's,
can he get pregnant? Can your dad get?
You're not going to steamroll. Bucky's, is gender a social?
Can your dad get pregnant? Can your dad get pregnant?
Is gender a social construct?
Can your dad get pregnant? Answer the question. Can your dad get pregnant?
I've answered like 5 questions.
Can your dad
turn.
get pregnant? Yes or no? Can your dad get?
Bucky's.
Can your dad get pregnant?
Bucky's,
yes
I'm gonna have
no?
to kick you if you don't answer one of my questions.
Can your dad just answer the question, bro?
He can't. No, he can't.
Okay, because he's a man and you're a man. Congratulations. Men can't get pregnant.
Got it. Is gender a social construct?
No, you're either a male or a female.
That's sex.
Okay.
Is gender a social construct? Try to keep up, conservative.
Listen to what I'm saying. You're either male or a female. And let me tell you something before you say that's sex, because if I go to try to buy an airline ticket, it'll say gender. I'll click on the box, it'll say male or female.
So airlines determine what's male and female?
No, I can also go to the DMV and I'll fill out an application and it'll say gender. It'll say male or female.
Valerie, thank you for the $10. You're awesome. I'm new to your page. Thank you.
Oh my God, somebody gave you $10?
Yes.
You're begging on TikTok for money? That's crazy.
Yeah. I learned from
I can't believe you beg on TikTok for money. That's your career.
Bucky's, do you want to have a real conversation?
Well, I just told you.
Is gender
is male and female.
Is it a social construct?
No, gender is male and female.
All right,
period.
So all throughout history, all throughout science, everyone in science says yes, gender is understood as a social
No, they
construct.
don't. Not everybody in science. Follow the science. Can men get pregnant?
Name somebody.
Can you get pregnant? Can you get
name
pregnant?
Somebody?
Are you a man and can you?
Dude, you're not making a point. You're not making a point.
Are you a man and can you get pregnant?
No.
Okay, then follow the science. Men can't get pregnant.
That's not science.
Men can't get pregnant. That's
I'm going to help you out, bub. If there's a man out there that can get pregnant,
helping me out.
You're wrong.
I'm teaching you, young man. I'm teaching you, young man.
I think
learn.
You need
to talk less and listen more. Talk less and.
You need to do that. I have to kick you because I can't even talk. Gender's a social construct, and the right absolutely cannot come to terms with it because it's part of their political propaganda. For them to make all of us look crazy because we understand the nuances of gender and sex. Every single conservative that comes up here talking about that literally knows knows less than most people. They have to act stupid. They have to for their point. There's nowhere in a science book. There's nowhere online. There's no forefront of science that says, oh, gender and is somehow maybe not a social. It's a no-brainer because we all make it up, right? These people are given the strangest things to be mad over, and it's nothing but their misunderstanding of science. Back in the day, he was afraid of pink. Yeah. Gender is a social construct. Chat, that means that somewhere else in history, somewhere else in the world, there's not just man and women. Or man and women have different prescribers. That guy had no intention of actually understanding what he was talking about. And that's the majority of conservatives on that topic. Chat, if you're a Trump supporter and you want to debate, hop in the box. Does the guest think a woman who can't get pregnant is a man? Yeah. That is like I could teach a second grader better math than that. If X equals blah, then blank, not all men can get pregnant. Some men can. In fact, some men who might be born with the chromosomes you prescribe all men might also have the organs to carry a child. Hello, what's up, Tic Tac?
Hey man, what's going on? Hey, did you hear about the ICE release? They doxed a bunch of ICE people.
I heard about that website. Yeah.
Yeah, they got a website. They opened it up. I think it was Norway or Amsterdam. I forget. Was it the Netherlands? I forget. But they did it overseas so that way they couldn't actually take it down. Right? They can't force them to take it down with United States laws. But did you hear who came out on that list?
Who?
Surprise, surprise, Enrique Torrio.
Oh, yeah.
The ex-leader of the Proud Boys is now an ICE member, paid by the government. Can you imagine that? Imagine what happens when the paramilitary actually intermingle with the police force. There's an historian who talks about this. He says when the paramilitary start to wear uniforms and carry torches and pictures of the leaders, the end is near. When the paramilitary intermingle with the government and the military, the end is here. That's Timothy Snyder. Yeah, man. Enrico Torrio, a Proud Boy, the leader of the ex-leader of the Proud Boys,
He was
is
charged with
now an ICE member.
he was charged with what was it? Conspiracy to overturn a free and fair election. He was literally charged and indicted with conspiracy. And he had written down plans. He had a Discord full of people for January 6th and all the plans laid out to do all that. That's what he was charged with. He was proven to actually have done this. I don't think he even denies it. And Trump pardoned him. And now he's part of our government, I guess. That's tight. That's tight. We're the ones who staged January 6th, by the way. And Trump hired our goons.
I'm a leech.
Yeah,
Is that-
seditious.
you
Thank
spelled
you.
leech wrong.
Seditious
Somebody spelled leech
conspiracy.
wrong, but they called me a leech.
Yeah,
That's
I know.
really weird. Yeah, man. I just thought that was pretty interesting. I know Jolly Good Ginger is on he's in Minneapolis right now. Apparently, not a bunch of 3 ICE vehicles were left unattended after. So they came in. They they PPU'd a guy in a leg yesterday.
Yeah.
A Venezuelan man. And that immediately ended in protests against ICE for shooting somebody. They came in, a bunch of SWAT came in, they tear gassed everybody, and in their haste to leave, they left 3 vehicles behind. Those vehicles were looted, I guess would be the proper word. They got a bunch of information out of the ICE vehicles, plans on where they're, the actual strategic maps on where they're going next. They got a bunch of information about the ICE individuals in Minneapolis, but apparently there were weapons that were taken as well. This is from the Minneapolis Police Department. It says that there are a bunch of weapons taken. Since then, they've set up perimeters. SWAT team is out, sitting on the top of roofs. Like the police are working against the citizens. They are not helping the citizens against ICE. I think that's important to acknowledge.
Yeah.
Man, a bunch of people talking shit in the comments, but nobody will come up here. I'm inviting you.
Yeah.
If I'm
no-
a soy boy,
guys,
come up here.
If you want to debate soy boys, hop on up. Come tell us how.
I'll jump down. You can 1v1 it. Just get up here.
Yeah. By the way, tell us how being high in testosterone makes you more logical. Doesn't it make you more illogical?
Actually, I am pretty high in testosterone. I had her tested recently.
Well, I am too.
I'm at the higher end of normal. Teacher's pet. This is so weird. So how you been, man? You haven't been around. You've been taking a mental health break. How's your head?
It's good. It's good. I streamed. I took one day off. I came back today, but I've been trying to get frequent again.
So, do you have any ice in Dallas? Have you heard any reports of it?
I know we have a protest Saturday. I don't know if I want to do it. Seems so fucking dangerous.
Apparently, there's going to be. I shouldn't say this, but I'm going to because like we can be a force against it. In Minneapolis on the 17th, there's going to be a parade for Yahtzees. Yahtzees have established a permit to march down the streets of Minneapolis. Now we do need in force along the streets to represent anti-fascism. I think it's really important that we do that. But it'll be on the streets of Minneapolis on the 17th. You can look into it if you want more information to show up to be a force against those things.
Nice. Nice. So Trump supporters.
Trump supporters, exactly. We actually, our governor 2 days ago, she came out, Katie Hobbs, the governor of Arizona, she came out and said that, I thought it was really interesting because she mentioned Idaho within the statement. She said when ICE is done in Minnesota, depending on how long that takes, they're going to start using their forces in Arizona specifically, southern Arizona and Phoenix, which is more central. But I thought it was interesting because she said when they're done with Minneapolis and depending on Idaho's schedule, which I was like, Why is she telling us where ICE is gonna go for next? I thought that was kind of weird.
Yeah.
But her whole thing was, she was advocating for the police departments to protect the citizens of the state, which I think we've seen how that's happened. That's not happening.
See how Trump said that we really shouldn't even have midterms because he's doing so great.
Yeah, man, they're setting the stage. They're setting the stage for martial law. I truly believe they're going to declare some form of martial law so that way they don't have to have an election. But that's just me. That's just me. I go to the extreme sometimes. But he did say that ICE has full immunity to do whatever they want from federal. They have federal protection for any leftist agitators that they come across, which
God, that's terrifying.
like they're literally just pulling out weapons on us, and I'm not talking paint pellets. They're pulling out weapons, pew-pews, legit 9mm, 45. Those are being put in our faces now. No, not it doesn't have to, Gumps, but it can. What they'll do is they'll enact martial law and they'll say things like they can't protect the election. So therefore we can't have one.
Caroline said he was joking about canceling midterms.
Okay.
Sorry, guys.
We voted for Trump because he says what he means.
Yeah.
But he was joking about that one. No, they can't. They can't legally stop an election because elections, the laws of elections are held at the state level. So they would have to.
I don't think legally means anything to Trump.
Thanks, Jerry.
Chad, if you're a Trump supporter and you want to debate, hop in the box. If you're a double dipping son of a bitch named American Advocate, get out of the box.
I got cows in my backyard and the dogs are going crazy over them.
Question, so now we don't have statewide elections or even citywide. That's, I mean, not yet. Don't try to me.
Don't tread on me. Isn't it funny how the "Don't tread on me" crowd became the "just comply"? You should just comply. They tuck tail really fucking quick, man.
Yeah.
And I think it's important to recognize, like, we keep saying that this is 1935's Germany. We keep comparing ICE to the Gestapo, and I don't think that's fair. This is like if you know history, the Gestapo, 1930s Germany, literally got their ideas from America.
Yeah.
They studied Jim Crow laws in America with segregation to see how to do it, and they amped it up within Germany. But they got their ideas from us. This isn't like 1930s Germany. This is like America. This is uniquely American. We've always done this shit. The Second Amendment was literally written so that way they can keep the guns out of the hands of black people in this country. These things. This is American. This isn't German. This is clearly American. Tell me that's bullshit. Get up here and fight me about it.
It's easier for people to admit. Yeah, I mean, they definitely took it, and I think they've reached through all parts of history to see what's worked in terms of fascism. Like, it doesn't have to be a perfect reflection, but the grab for power and the misinformation and the polarization and the suppressing of certain types of news. Like, I saw somebody on Facebook today, like, just because they're not just like straight up blacking out other types of news channels doesn't mean they're not saying like fully convincing and brainwashing Americans that certain types of news is completely fake or I think people just have fatigue about hearing how bad their president is, and they just they're tired of hearing it. They want to look at all of the wins. They want to look at how they can own us back. They don't really care about politics, and I think that's the general mood that they've established. But I saw somebody on Facebook earlier, like quote CNN on their reports of inflation, like 2023. It was like CNN was kind of in good light looking at how inflation was down to 6%, and then this year they're like inflation is slightly up by so and so percent, and like it was a meme, and it was like anybody who believes in CNN is like a 5-year-old child, and like all these people were just pouncing on it on Facebook group. I didn't even engage, but like these people have no nuance, and this was just another point for them. But they're so deep in it, they don't understand. Like this just rides the tale of like how inflation was somehow Biden's fault. They have no care for understanding like what caused inflation, what we shouldn't do again. It's literally just sports teams politics. She crashed out on
Actually,
Twitter. I love that.
Jason Stanley goes over this. He's got a really good book. It's called How Fashion, or no, wrong book. How Propaganda Works, and he literally describes how they're utilizing freedom of speech against us to destroy our democracy from within. And it's essentially a shotgun technique, where they throw so much information at you. By the time you're done chasing it all, they've already fired off 3 more rounds of information, and it's impossible to keep up with it. And we see that on TikTok every day. How Propaganda Works by Jason Stanley. It's a short read, really good read. Yeah, Flood the Zone, exactly. Somebody's been reading books.
Yellow. All right, Revolution. I mean, American.
You can hear me.
Yeah. What do you got for us today? Are you walking out of your torture
You live in a
basement?
haunted house? What the fuck is happening?
Yeah, it's nothing's going on. I'm just doing some welding. But like, I'll tell you, you know what I tell you, Pickles. We're seeing the rise of the intellectual revolution. We're having much more smarter people. In government, we need more Thomas Masseys. To become president. No more just MAGA nonsense.
What are you seeing in the government that's an like, aren't we witnessing anti-intellectual revolution from the right?
Well, yeah, but that's what the far right MAGA. I think we just need to shift more into the Massey Republican. Ron Paul. I think Ron Paul is the one who started this.
I don't think we need to take
revolution.
any moderate steps to the left. I think we need to take giant leaps away from this. I think we need to get as far
Well-
away from this fascist stuff as possible.
Well, I mean, I think people like Rand Paul, Ron Paul, Thomas Massey aren't fascists. They support the Constitution, upholding what the founders wanted.
I don't really know what
Hey
that
man,
means.
do you need a cough drop? Why is your voice so scratchy like
I
that? Doesn't that bother you?
I don't.
Well, I mean, I do a lot of welding. That's why.
And anybody who's backing Trump, even the slightest bit after he said that he would do away with the Constitution, is not for the Constitution. So that's just about everybody in your party. And if they stood
Well-
against Trump, they got primaried. They got financed out of the game by the richest man on earth.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's the unfortunate thing. I mean, you're right about that. Unfortunately, the Republican Party is just a party of MAGA and Trump. It's I want that to change.
Yeah, that's not going to happen with a small revolution. No one's going to step down for like I don't know. No one's going to turn down the temperature like 10 degrees and be like, you know what, Ron Paul seems great. No one's going to do that. No one's going to be
well,
like,
he's
this is the
old.
guy we need now. No. We're all going to be breaking for the furthest left person ever after these midterms, I'm sure. After Mamdani shows how effective he is in New York. After everybody decides that Trump's stuff is all way too, I don't know, controversial. I think that people are getting tired. It's fresh in their mind again, just like at the 2020 election when we all saw how Trump behaved in White House. Trump's like 7 times worse now. Just straight up coming out saying that he's like a dictator and that he's going to cancel elections. I don't think anybody wants to take a half step. I think we're all gonna take a big old leap to the left.
Yeah, man, I actually heard a saying and I thought it was spot on. Donald Trump was white supremacy's answer to Barack Obama. Like the pendulum swung so far away from Barack Obama, right? And we're gonna say the exact same thing after Trump. It's gonna swing right into socialism. You think Mondami's bad? Wait till we get a real socialist in power.
Well, I mean, it'll be very bad. You get a real socialist. We're all going to go bankrupt. Yeah, Mamdani's actually turning apartments into communes already. So there you go, Tic Tac.
I think the only one's gonna go broke would be like the rich people selling us out. Maybe Trump. Maybe the oil executives that are digging through Trump's mess in Venezuela right now. I think it's time for us to take all that back.
Yeah, well, the thing is, your apartments are basically communes. People are gonna be crammed into small living spaces. It's not gonna be good in these apartment buildings. It's all gonna be like people.
Y'all prefer a bunch of homeless people on the streets? Is that how y'all do it in the right? What do y'all do?
Well, I mean, you can't have people like crowding. You can't have like prisons basically.
What's y'all's solution for homelessness on the right? What do y'all do over there?
Lock them up.
Well, I think we should build more shelters.
Y'all don't build shelters. Y'all don't do that. Y'all don't do any sort of social services. That's socialism. Remember that.
Well, I mean, I'm not. Yeah, but Mamdani wants the government to watch everybody every day. It's just not a good
Trump has
idea.
literally got like AI program doing face scans of every undocumented person or alleged undocumented person. He's making a huge database of all American citizens and undocumented people. Trump is literally the man behind the scenes with Palantir doing this with Peter Thiel. You guys have no privacy anymore. In fact, that was the first thing Trump got his Supreme Court justices to do is take away our right to privacy.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's I criticize big government on both sides. Trump is definitely big government. I agree with you, but I think Mamdani, what he's doing is also not the greatest. I think he's just Wall Street. I heard Wall Street's going to have like what do you call it, Muslims religious centers like inside of it or something. I mean, you're going to set a bankrupt. It's going to cause a great recession again. I mean, Wall Street crashes, then the entire world crashes, and I think
Wait, did you say Muslim prayer centers are going to cause a recession?
Yeah, because then you're getting rid of all the Wall. You're getting rid of all the Wall Street offices. And that's not going to be good.
You know that like Wall Street can function remotely, right? Like people don't actually have to go sit around Wall Street to do Wall Street stuff.
Yep, it's done on computers.
Yeah, but you can't shut down Wall Street though.
Yeah, I don't think prayers are going to shut down Wall Street.
Yeah, but he's going to build like I think give like little small mosques to build inside of Wall Street.
What are you talking about, dude?
What are you talking about?
Well, that's what I got from my source.
Yeah, who's your source? The guy in the corner?
No, it's actually the New York Post.
So you should be able to bring that up and show us then, right?
No, the New York Post is fucking extremely right.
It's a rag. I know, it's a rag. It's like a step above the Inquirer. The page 9 is the Bat Boy story.
Come on, dude.
Yeah, that's wild, dude.
Well, I mean,
hey man, did you hear that Mamdani just got Kathy Hochul? Isn't that her name, Kathy Hochul? He just got state approval to fund child health care, or not child health care, but child daycare. What do you think of that?
Well, I think if too much government intervention isn't involved, it's not a bad thing.
What? It has nothing to do with government intervention. You literally can afford to take your child to daycare so you can go to work and produce for the city. It's estimated to increase their taxes like not by half, but like I forget what the numbers are. I'm horrible with numbers. But anyway, if more people are allowed to go to work, more people are allowed to pay taxes.
Yeah, universal child care plan. Love that. People see nothing but the price tag. They don't see the abstract benefits of this stuff, and it will literally probably be economically like a net positive. Like by a long shot. But this kind of talk just scares people with like MAGA brain rot or conservative brain rot to think this is all socialism, communism, the type that will turn us into like a falling empire. And it's just the word they use, a dirty word they use to describe people that don't want to give rich people tax breaks.
But this isn't
Yeah,
even socialism. That's the silly thing.
It's not.
Yeah, I say it's mostly a good thing, you know.
Right.
But,
Right.
but I
What
mean,
about food? Do you think
what
do you think
think?
people should make money on providing necessities like groceries? Or do you think that should just like maybe do the groceries at cost? What it costs you for the groceries, that's what you can pass on to the consumers so they can afford to eat. Do you think that's a good thing?
Well, I mean, I think honestly, we should just let you know, the markets regulate it.
Okay, but that
Yeah,
already fails, right? Because literally every produce farmer in America needs the government's help to the tunes of billions of dollars. So we
I
could
mean,
just
I
literally
think
just move money
yeah,
around and make it.
I think George Washington would have impeached Mamdani next year or something. If you think about it.
that's
Over?
a weird way of not answering our question.
But yeah, I was actually talking to somebody from New York City, and he agreed with me. But anyways,
Was he on the corner with the other guy reading the New York Post?
well, I mean, he was on it for live. Smart guy, actually. But yeah, you know, what you said about you know, I think you know, government intervention, you know, or government control or whatever. I don't think it leads to like good if you just like do too much of it.
I don't really. That's not really a nuanced take, right? Like you could say something a little smarter, and maybe that would convince us. But like, when we take the profit incentive or when we take free market out of certain things like real bare necessities, usually it's good for everyone. Besides, like maybe a handful of people that already get thousands or millions of dollars in subsidies.
Oh. Yeah, so
So let's say we take the profit incentive away from I don't know, half a dozen different stores in New York, right? We place 6 grocery stores in the New York boroughs, I think they're called. So that way their incentive is not profit. Their incentive is just enough money to keep the lights on and to pay the people that work there and give people food at cost. So people can just afford to eat. Do you think that's a good thing for New York or a bad thing?
I mean, you know, I'd say, you know, people should definitely, you know, be able to, you know, eat and stuff. But I mean, I just not sure how, you know, how much, you know, I'm not sure, you know, how effective, you know, government run stores would be.
Well, we've already seen it happen. It works great. There's
Well, I
stores
mean,
all over the country that do this. There's
yeah,
stores
but
in I'm sorry?
yeah, but like in, I don't know, even like the Soviet Union, it didn't work out well, or Latin America.
Yeah, you don't you understand we have bread lines in America, right? We just instead of having a bread line where you go through and you get bread for free, we have to pay for it. Same fucking concept. It's just we have to have money for it. So my point is if we do this to 6 different grocery stores within the New York area, the only thing it's going to hurt is like Walmart and Target and you know Safeway. These are the only companies that aren't going to make profit. Everybody else is just going to eat.
And by the way, we already subsidize Walmart too. So, like, they can just eat a bag of dicks.
Well, I mean, you know, as long as, you know, constitutional things are done, you know, I wouldn't, you know, oppose Mamdani, but I think that his policies might be train wrecked in New York City.
I don't think you have anything to point to. American, it's nice having you up. We're gonna bring up our next least favorite person. All right.
All right, see you, bub.
All right, bub.
Is it John Stone? No.
Uh, I knew it
fuck.
would trigger you. I knew that. So wait a second. TikTok. Before we get into this, I'm not sending you a
tic-tac,
picture
dippity
of
dog.
myself with. I'm not sending you a picture of myself with my T-shirt off, dude. It's not going to happen. Okay. Stop
I wanted
DMing
to see
me.
if no, I wanted to see if your moobs hang lower than your
I'm not going to
jowls.
see anything.
Why-
You're not going to
why-
see me with my shirt
Why do you
off,
look
dude.
like Why do you look like Deputy Dog, man? Why do you have jowls
Why
at
do
the
you
age of
want to
45?
see me with my clothes off, dude? Stop it. It's weird.
I wanted to make a comparison. How low do your
Yeah,
moves
I know
hang,
you
and
wanted to make a comparison. Dude,
how
you're
low do your
tiny,
jowls
okay?
hang? There was a
Listen.
comparison.
Oh,
Jacqueline,
so creepy, Peckle.
Jacqueline, thank you for the $4, by the way, and thank you, or the $2. I got your note. Thank you.
My
Liam-
name's Liam. I have jowls.
Check out clip. You're a
He
skinny
goes,
neck weirdo that like.
Oh,
boo. Okay, stop it.
boo.
Dude, you. MAGA is winning every day, guys. What is going on? Join the side that's winning.
Guys, Liam, how you feeling, dude? How you feeling about the worst jobs report we've seen in 20 years, and then Trump using the military against civilians?
Right into the emotional lies, huh? Right into the emotional lies. This is crazy. We're coming back from 9% inflation. We are seeing everything coming down. We are winning with tariffs.
Hold on.
We are winning globally. I'm in the middle of literally making so much common sense right now. Okay, listen. You're absolutely filibustering and lying, and it's just at this point you have a lot of viewers because they want to see you guys lie and crash out. It's entertaining, man.
I fact check myself constantly, but go off, King.
Okay, what is fact checking? What is that?
Checking primary resources like the Bureau of Labor Statistics for these things. Instead of Fox News cutting and commentating and showing you and leaving out the fact that Joe Biden brought inflation from 9 to 3. 9 to 3.
So we're not going to talk about all of the Americans that lost everything under his Biden administration.
Under COVID?
I don't care, dude. Don't bring up C-19.
You're going to blame all the things from COVID on Biden?
Dude, that's the nervous. Yes.
You guys are still doing. I've been sitting here drilling you guys, asking you for the things that were so bad that caused inflation. You just don't know. You just point at Biden's face. That's all you need.
So was Biden's Operation Warp Speed? Was that a good thing?
That was Trump.
Oh, that's right. I just wanted you to say it. I wanted
Liam,
you to say it. So
how many of your friends
after
hate the vaccine?
Wait a minute.
How many
So
of all of your
after
friends
he
hate
brought
it?
out after he brought out the fastest vaccine ever, because I'm sure you guys love that, you know. Then we're gonna say how Biden couldn't, take that, okay,
What he did?
and just monopolize off of it and really get the United States citizens out of a rut. No,
know what?
dude,
He
he had
did.
4.
You don't remember 100?
No, he had 4 years.
Dog,
You don't remember
we
100 million in 100 days? That was his goal. You don't
Yeah.
remember that?
Do you remember all of your friends crying, kicking, screaming because they didn't know about science and they didn't believe in the vaccine or masks?
No, dude. He didn't put in enough time to help the American people.
What?
He helped he helped the immigrants make a pathway to citizenship, is what he did.
By
Okay,
with
the
what law?
illegal criminal
With what law?
immigrants is what he
What did
did.
he do? What do you do?
Oh, I mean, like,
You don't know.
remain in Mexico was taken down. Okay,
That was the same thing as Trump, right? Trump had
over
the same way?
over asylum cases. Okay, you name it, he did.
You don't know,
okay?
so you don't know.
Wait a
Remain
minute.
in Mexico was cut down by
Joe-
the Supreme Court. It was a bad idea.
Fucking around with bills solve everything. The Lankford bill was a joke, okay? All he needed was an executive order, bro, like Trump did, and it solved the crisis at the border. It's easy, man.
Easy stuff.
Let's move
Use
on.
authoritarian rule to do border
But
stuff. You're right.
authoritarian because he's given the power.
He's
What are
not
you
given the
even
power.
saying?
We've had to play tug of war with his power over deportations, remember?
James and Don, don't
Oof.
gift me. This guy gets
Oof.
really angry when the guests get gifted. Don't do that.
Don't
okay?
gaslight me. Did you know Remain in
Gaslight you.
Mexico?
It's funny,
Remain in
they're-
Mexico only affected 70,000 people. So you'd have to explain away like the other millions of encounters. It might have something to do with Trump and Fox News screaming that the border's open for 4 years.
Dude,
Maybe?
it's listen, this is all in the past. Okay, we're living right now in the present. And that's what I want to do. I'm loving seeing these fools on the street getting maced tased and dropped, and they're out there just provoking law and order. It's fucking comical
Hey,
that you
Liam, can I
guys,
ask you
hang on,
something?
that you guys are, hang on, debunk me.
You're just
You're
on your
putting
soapbox now.
You're putting criminals. You're putting criminals up on a pedestal.
No, we're
okay?
not.
Renee, Nicole Good, George Floyd. These are your guys' pillars
These
of
aren't
truth and
This
excellence.
is a lie. This is a lie. So this is
insane.
Liam, this is what y'all do. You completely misunderstand our views on people like George Floyd. We're against the government and the police doing brutality. It doesn't mean we just love the life of George Floyd and want to write an autobiography about
How many
him.
statues of George Floyd? No, stop. You're a liar.
Okay.
How many statues of George Floyd
That's
have been built?
insignificant to this conversation. Hey, can I ask you a question real quick?
Insignificant,
Hey, Liam,
chat.
Liam, let me ask you a question.
No.
Aren't-
We're
no,
going to stop
hey,
right
man.
there. We're not going to new questions.
Hey, Ian, stop, dude, stop.
Yeah,
Aren't you
dude, stop. No, you
aren't-
want to see me with my
I-
church
you guys-
t-shirt
I
off, dude.
haven't-
You're a creep.
Aren't you Irish? Aren't you Irish?
It's none of your business, dude.
No, I'm pretty sure Liam is an Irish name. Am I correct?
What is the relevance, dude?
Yeah, I think it's interesting.
Why
that
are
an
you
Irishman-
jumping off
an
of what's
Irishman,
happening in our
an
country
Irishman,
to my
an
name?
Irishman who was colonized by England is so. You're standing with the oppressors of Americans, and you're Irish. I think that's really fucking
Okay, wait a
wild.
minute. Since you can't shut the hell up, we're going to have to detour here because he's not a good basketball player, chat, and he likes to pivot, okay? He's like LeBron James.
Yeah, I
I'm
just
a
think
Jo-
it's
I'm a
weird that an
Jordan-
Irishman
I'm a
is standing up with the
I'm a Jordan guy
oppressors.
myself.
Yeah,
Listen,
okay.
you're a LeBron James chump. I'm a Jordan guy,
You're,
okay?
you're a traitor. You're a
No, I'm
traitor.
not a traitor. So this is the thing. Let's go to
You're
me
standing
being
with the oppressors.
Let's go to me
as an
being Irish.
Irishman.
Let's go
As
to
an
me being
Irishman.
Irish
That's fucking
since you
wild.
can't stay on topic. All right?
It's wild.
So yeah, my grandpa landed on Ellis Island
Oh
and the
my God!
Oh, wild.
and the
That's
fan
wild.
and the
That's wild.
fan
Running from
I'm
the English,
fucking
I'm sure.
talking,
Running from
snowflakes.
English oppression, I'm sure. Hey, did your grandpa? Did he speak English or did he speak Gaelic?
Can I finish speaking?
Did
Or
you
no?
did you know the Gaelic language was taken from our people, Liam? It was.
Can I-
it was-
can I-
we-
can
we
I
were
fini-
colonized.
Any
we were
way that I can
colonized by the
finish
by
speaking.
the British. Children in Irish schools were punished for speaking their native language. So you're standing with the oppressors of the Irish right now. You get that, right?
Is that what I'm doing?
You're a
Let's-
traitor, Liam.
Let me tell
You're a
you,
tra-
you dumb
you're a
truck,
traitor,
what I'm
Liam.
actually doing. Can I finish? Can I get a point in here or not? Since you're talking
Sure.
about
Tell me,
my
tell me in your
since you're
oppressor
talking
language.
about my
Speak to me in
history,
Gaelic.
since you're talking
No,
about
it's
my
it's our Liam history, or it's our
Liam.
history, Liam. It's our
I'm
history.
way more Irish than you will ever
I
be,
doubt it.
snowflake.
I doubt
Okay.
it. I'm little C, big C Irish.
What is your last name?
I just
Oh, I
told
bet
you.
you. What is your
It's a
last
little
name?
C and a big C. It's extremely Irish.
It's a little C and a big C.
Like
no, dude.
McCoy
Let
or
me explain this to you.
McGregor?
My look, my name, my everything. You won't even get close. Okay. So just shut the hell up.
So you're super Irish. Got it. So, how do you feel about the Somali Americans that are
I'm
here?
in the middle of no. I was asked questions. Okay. We're not going to jump to Somalis. Okay. When we're talking about my history, my legacy, my family, we need to at least stop there. When you said and made a lot of claims. Okay. My grandpa landed on Ellis Island. He did it the right way. It was bend over and cough. Okay. Whatever they needed to do to immigrate into this country, they were law-abiding as citizens. They were also, when they landed, they were fucking, if you're Irish, need not apply. Okay. They were discriminated against. Okay. For sure. But guess what? They still did it all legally in this country, and they did not hold anything against this country. Stolen land, racism, oppression, all of the trigger snowflake
Do you believe?
ad homs.
All
Okay.
right, Liam, do you believe that if there are other countries that are experiencing that same problem, that we should accept those refugees, Liam?
I don't think that we should accept those refugees. No, from other countries.
Like we did from
At
we,
this-
we
no,
accepted
no, wait
the
a minute.
refugees from. Hold on, Liam. We accepted refugees from Ireland back in the 1800s. They were being
Oh
oppressed
my
by the
God.
English.
We didn't have a threat in our country back then the way that we do now. Okay. We are allowing a lot into this country after, especially what happened with 9/11 in New York. Okay. There's a lot that we have to be,
Liam, is
we
your
have to.
Is your mattress still on the
What?
floor?
Dude, I own multiple homes in multiple states. What are you talking about?
So
I do well for myself. Don't stop talking about me. This is Liam. Where are you from? What do you own? How is your living? All this stuff. I know that I live rent free in your head, dude. It's fine.
I forget
I
about
get
you
it.
until you hit my
Okay.
inbox.
See, I said nothing about you. I don't care about you outside of your political views that are tearing down this country. You don't know how to stay on topic and know how to help this country.
Venmo,
So
Pickles.
you have to
Venmo.
mock the guest.
Sure.
Check
sure.
your Venmo.
Sure. I did.
Chat, this is all
man,
for
I
this
just
is
think
all
it's
for my
wild. You're
patriots in the
standing with
chat.
you're standing with the oppressors, man. In your,
No, this is all for the
Yeah, this is
patriots in the
wild, dude.
chat to listen in and to
This is
hear
wild.
hear the hypocrisy, okay? I'm looking for the kick too. I want the host to make his 20 bucks, whatever it's be, to get rid of me because I know I'm dog walking the hell out of the 2
You're
of you.
just talking louder. You're not really saying anything.
Yeah.
Well, sometimes the truth sounds louder. Sorry.
That was profound.
Mm.
Thanks, Liam.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like the
That was fucking deep.
like the
man. That was
like the
deep.
officer,
He gave me
this-
chills, Liam.
like
Gave
the
me chills.
officer that's going to have a purple heart put around his neck by Donald Trump for
Hmm.
what he did in the line of duty with towards Nicole. I mean,
so brave.
Renee and Nicole Good.
He's so brave. So what he did was he
Yeah.
put himself
Very
untrained in
brave.
front of a car, tried to direct traffic when he's not a police officer, and then he shot a woman. What a
Dude, I
brave
don't
man.
want it. Listen,
Standing with the oppressors.
if you
once
want
again.
if you want the debate, Pickles, with her, I will gladly give it to you
Liam,
and
you
make
just
you
need
look
to
like
comply.
a fool.
You just need to comply.
I will make you. Listen. You don't want to go down this road with me and
Liam,
debate. Okay, whether he was
Right,
justified
don't
or
tread
not.
on him.
Should
don't
we
tread
just
on him,
comply?
Pickles.
Tell me you want the debate.
Liam, how are you okay with the military and a police state? What did they say to convince you of this?
There he goes. He ran, ladies and gentlemen. You don't want the smoke, bro. You don't want the smoke.
What did they say to make you okay with police and military invading our streets?
It's not what they said. It's where
What'd
the
they do?
crime level. It's not where the crime level is at. Okay.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Are we looking at
I'm
all the
all for
Republican
it, bro.
states? Are we looking
Guess
at all
what?
when-
Guess what? My president
Dude,
campaigned on
you
what
just
he.
fucking yell, dude. Listen, I get that. In every single case where we've done military
comes the
and the
muting.
police, when we've done military and the police, this is what they tell them. So they tell you, hey, this is for national security. It's because it's just so out of hand. But
You haven't brought in the comparison to Schmittler yet. Yeah, I think you're gearing up to get there. Go ahead.
no, I actually want to bring up another comparison. Can I ask you something? Was COVID the virus? Was it deadly?
I think all viruses. I think that the common flu can be deadly on a certain
No,
level of people.
Like, is it something that you're worried about? Like, did you get vaccinated?
I absolutely did not.
Nice. Okay. What was the rate of people dying from the COVID flu?
One may never actually know the actual facts of because there were a lot of things going on. There were reactions from
We can look at this.
the shot itself, but I would like to know this: why is it that I have to get a doctor's prescription for a Z-Pack, but anyone can get the C19 jab? Why is that?
Because the
Pix?
C19 doesn't have any
Why
adverse.
is that, Pix?
I'm asking you. I'm telling you. C19, the vaccination did not have that many adverse effects. I think in total, 6 people, a whole 6 people died. And
Oh my
here's me landing my plane. You had a chance per capita of 15 per 100,000 of dying from COVID. But if you ask any stupid fucking Republican, they'll tell you that if you go to Chicago and all these places, it's a war zone, and that we need the military to step in and stop these people from killing each other. They're doing crime at a rate of 5 per 100,000. So you need the military, you need all of the federal government to come in and put guns to people's faces for this, something that is 3 times less deadly, that you were crying about having to wear a mask.
Okay, that's a nice comparison. I'm going to give you that. I see that. I see how you're comparing, crime of individuals, towards other
The rate,
American.
the rate at which you
hey,
could die.
hey, whoa! I'm in
The
the
rate at
middle of
which you could die.
speaking.
The rate at which you can get murdered.
Okay, hang on. You're comparing illness to someone's, physical threat to another human being. I don't get it. You know,
That's the
I
same
do
thing.
kind of.
Same
I
thing.
do kind of. Yeah, I see it. Okay, this is crazy. But I'm
It's a
still.
biological weapon, Liam.
You dodged. You absolutely dodged the
Is
question.
this
The
the part where
question
you're
was
answering my question?
pickles.
Is this the part where you
Yeah, the
answer my
pick-
question?
Oh my gosh, I'm answering. The question that was presented that you ran away from, we have to start. I asked you a question. I said, why? You said, what was the rate of this C-19 unaliving human beings? And you're like, this is a really big number, right? So I'm like, would you say that that's worse than like, you know, the common cold or the flu?
Yeah.
And I'm sure that you would say, yeah, it's
Yeah,
much worse.
30,000
Now, why?
people. 30,000
Now,
people died
why do we have to get a prescription to get a Z-Pack?
because
But the C-19, wait, but
I'll
the
tell you.
C-19,
I'll
but
tell
the
you.
C,
I'll tell you because
you don't
Z-Pack.
fucking
Because
know,
Z-Pack,
dude.
yes, I do. Because Z-Pack will fuck up your gut, and if you take it with certain other things like alcohol, you could die.
Oh, you're saying that gut
No,
health
that's
is
not-
not
that's-
it affected? Wait, gut health
You
is
can
not
you can
affected
actually harm
by
yourself
the
with Z-Pack.
C-19 jab?
You can actually no. You can. What was the death rate of the C-19 jab?
You don't even know what the fuck you're talking about.
What was
dude.
it? What can you tell me?
Oh
How many
my
people died?
gosh!
How many
Like
people
I
died?
said, it's not going to be an accurate
So
number.
you don't know?
It's no,
It's just
no
this
one
big
knows.
scary thing you,
no
when you need it to
one
be.
knows.
We all know.
dude.
We all know. We all know.
I didn't. I
Liam,
said, so
wake
wait a
up.
minute.
We know.
Oh my
It's
god!
the most studied vaccine on earth.
You don't think that the numbers are being skewed by
No, I'm not a conspiracy theorist.
hospitals? Dude, I get this. I'm not going to go in here because all this shit is left-wing bullshit, and you're going to take down your
Science
life.
is not left-wing bullshit. Science is not left-wing bullshit. If you want a conspiracy theory,
Your
the way,
science
the
says
science,
that
go
fucking
for it.
men can be women, dude. So shut the hell up
There
about
we go.
science.
Hey,
There we go.
Hey Liam, do you know?
There
what-
we
do you-
go.
Do you know what antibiotic resistant diseases are?
Here comes the muting, ladies and gentlemen. They're so strong.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask one question, man. Do you know what antibiotic?
No, nobody
resistant
cares, dude. You want to
diseases
see
are?
me with my
Okay.
shirt off, okay?
Liam, Yeah, you keep
Constantly
offering your
running,
pictures of
constantly
you, man.
running.
Like I feel the underlying sexual tension with you, and you want to send me pictures. That's really
Let's
weird.
do
man.
this.
That's really
Let's do
fucking weird.
this. Let's take you and
It's
I.
weird.
Let's
He
turn.
keeps
Let's both
offering me
turn.
pics, babe.
let's
He
both
keeps
turn
offering me
on our-
pictures. It's really weird.
Tick tack.
Like
tick
I'm
tack.
having to explain to my wife that I don't want your pictures because you keep offering them. That's fucking really weird, Liam. But hey, man, do you know what antibiotic resistant diseases are?
Am I a doctor?
Oh, okay.
Did
So
I give
that's
my,
why- that's
did I
why-
give
that's
my
why they
fucking
need- yeah, man,
PhD
that's-
before I
that's-
came up here?
That's why they need prescriptions, because that's a thing. Because if we give too many antibiotics to people, diseases get stronger and resistant to those antibiotics. So we have to limit them with prescriptions.
Yeah.
There's no antiviral resistant viruses. That's not a thing.
Do you know the actual-
That's just to answer your question, man.
Do you know
That's
the
to answer your
actual?
question.
Do you know the actual degrees of a 5 and 12 pitched roof?
Yes. A 12 is 45, and 5 is like, I don't know, 30.
No, that's not right. But your name wasn't Tic Tac. I was in the conversation
Dude,
with
shut
someone
up.
else.
I literally used
Who's
to be a
Google?
roofer.
Who's googling it
No,
right
I
now?
tuned you out. I tuned you
12
out.
over
Yeah, I know
12
you
about thatch
did.
12
roofs.
over 12 is 45 degrees, bub.
Okay, so my point here is, listen, we're having like a general conversation between men. I hope we're biological
Well,
men
it's
out
two
there.
men and a deputy dog. That's what it is.
No, it's 2 men and a douchebag.
Liam, are you a
okay?
roofer?
No, I'm not, but I own a construction company, so yeah,
Cutie.
I should know a lot of shit about construction.
Cute.
Anyway, guys, listen, I
So what
get
were you
it.
asking me about thatch roofs? I don't know about thatch roofs, dude. I don't know fucking.
I know about that.
I know
Drew.
this is what I was asking you. I want you to Tic Tac. I want you to turn on your camera right now. Since I
Why?
turn mine on all the time. Turn your camera on. Oh, make some
Why?
excuse. Make some excuse.
Tic Tac, I almost want you to do it to make him look like a fucking asshole. You
Yeah,
want to?
turn
Why
on your
don't- I don't
turn on your
understand why
camera,
you wanna
bro.
see me.
Make
That's
him look
really
like
weird.
a
That's not
fucking
gonna happen.
asshole. Tic Tac, I don't know.
Turn it on, bro. We're all waiting. Yeah.
What's your point? Do you think I'm a AI bot or something? I'm a real boy. Look at me.
Oh
What the
my
fuck, dude?
god. You're a pasty
the fuck?
fucking weirdo, bro.
Yeah, I'm a white boy. Yeah, I agree.
Why are you
I don't know.
sitting in
Liam,
no
I don't-
man's land with a sweater on with a hoodie?
I have my door open.
Are you
I've got
like in the? Are
I've
you in
got
the
I've
closet
got the
right now or something?
I've got the smoker going. I'm smoking a turkey breast. I've got the door open and it's kind of chilly, so I put a hoodie on.
This
What-
guy's
I
a
don't-
freaking weirdo, ladies and
Yeah,
gentlemen.
that's probably the most normal thing you could possibly do. And why
He's
am
wearing
I
a
weird?
hoodie and he's a weirdo. Dude, you guys do nothing but other people. That's all y'all do.
It's fucking wild.
Look at that man. He's
Yeah,
not
you look
wearing
like a
$12
Proud Boy.
sunglasses from the
You look
Quick
like a
Trip.
fucking Proud
That
Boy.
guy's weird.
You look like Bottom Gun over here with their aviators on.
That guy's not wearing Wranglers.
I
What a
look like,
weirdo.
dude, this is highway to the danger zone, okay? And you guys are the snowflake liberals that are losing.
Losing what?
Well, it's the pick me liberal white men, generation that fucking everyone laughs at. You guys think that you're up here protecting marginalized communities and standing for law and order. You guys platform fucking criminals, Pickles. It's a joke.
You
bro.
elected one into the White House, remember?
Yeah, 34-time felon.
Yeah, but you know what?
That's wild.
He was actually. So wait a minute. You guys, when people are adjudicated, okay, for their crimes, you guys are what? You still fucking mock them? I thought you guys were the party that were like, black men are over policed, over criminalized. But when Donald Trump has his day in court, he's still fucking guilty.
Yeah, Donald
right?
Trump's not black. Do you know that?
He's blacker than Obama.
Okay.
That's the dumbest thing you've ever said, and you've said a lot of dumb things.
Oh, I know, right? Your Lord and Savior, Barack Obama.
Yeah, he never
don't know
paid
why
his time,
just
and
a
it
random
actually
attacks on
is
Obama.
perfect because if Barack Obama got charged with those 34 felonies, he would probably go straight to prison and get 20%
Straight to
extra.
the gulag.
Yes, 20% extra sentencing too, because that's how y'all do it here. But it's definitely not a racist country, and minorities don't need any protecting. Even though Trump has literally made y'all into a bunch of transphobic, fucking foaming at the mouth, fucking weirdos, bigots. They're just ready to fucking yap about it all day. You guys can't even see. You can't even see your own bigotry and othering of people, and you're too busy looking at us trying to stop y'all from doing this super fascist political wave of bigotry and locking people up and othering people and doing police brutality and cheering it on because it's your favorite flavor of politics.
That's not true, Pickles. Okay, I don't want people to get harmed in this country. Okay, I want law and order to prevail for sure.
Mhm.
Okay, which govern this land. But you guys,
Trump
you guys take. Hang on, you guys take no responsibility for the rhetoric that you push. Okay,
What rhetoric?
Like Donald Trump is a fascist.
He is.
We see. Hang on,
He is a
cool.
fascist.
Again, you're doubling down. Let me finish and tell you why this is harmful. Okay. And I know that you're gonna try to run and deflect and all this bullshit that you do.
Dude, fucking
but-
hurry up,
okay.
Liam. Fuck.
I'm
Yeah,
almost
get off
there
your
and I'm
soapbox,
talking
man.
fast, bro. Listen,
Thanks, Emily.
you have a man who took Charlie Kirk's life, okay, and took the actual time out to engrave his shell casings. Eat this, fascist, dude.
Mhm.
You guys are so fucking cooked, dude, in this country. It's insane.
And then we
He
have
was-
plenty of
he's-
70% of the violence on the domestic violence here in America is from the right. So we have just as much. We have people on your side, like assassinating legislators at their front door.
Do you think that political violence on the right at the highest level is worse
Yes.
than
Yeah, it's
than
3
from
times
on the
worse.
left? You want that?
It's
Let's do that.
It's 3 times worse, Liam.
Okay, tell me the highest level of crime. Okay, let's say
Yeah, for every one political violence that's committed from the left, 3 are committed from the right.
Yeah,
You guys hold 75% of all.
I don't
all
think a
political
YouTuber
violence.
gets extra points when he dies. He's just a white supremacist YouTuber.
I would say, listen to this, chat. I would say that Donald Trump called for the unaliving of political opponents that were treasonous. Okay.
What's her
yes.
name? What's her name? Stood on stage.
I'm in the
front
middle of
behind-
I'm in the middle
yeah,
of talking,
yeah,
dude.
and I'm,
Let
and
me
I'm
make my
proving you wrong,
claim,
Liam.
douchebag.
What's her name? Nome, Christy Nome. She stood on stage, and in front of her was a plaque that says, "One of ours, all of yours." But you're right. You guys don't call for violence. That
Okay,
was 2 days ago.
So listen, let's make the argument that Donald Trump called for the unalivings of his political adversaries by the end of a rope. Okay, right? We've all heard this, right?
Why would somebody who just says follow the law be an adversary?
Okay, wait a second. So I would have to go, you know what? What's worse than that? What is absolutely worse than that? And I would like for you also to, right after Donald Trump quoted that, I would like for you to show me, okay, a public official who life was threatened by the unaliving of a rope. Okay, I want you to show me that. Pull up those facts. But then in return, I have to go. What would be worse than that? Who said this, Pickles?
Wait, are
Who's
you talking about
Pickles?
Mark
Wait,
Kelly?
who's? I'm almost done. Who said this,
You've
Pickles?
asked a question.
This
already.
man is not joking. We need to keep him in the crosshairs. Who said that?
That wasn't actually call to violence, right? Like,
I'm
don't
asking who.
binoculars. Don't
I'm asking who just sure. Who?
That's not
sure,
violent.
Who said that?
It's not
Who said
violent.
that?
Biden said that, and that's not violent. That just means
What
we have to keep an
happened?
eye
What
on.
happened? Like what happened 1 week after that?
That's literally just coincidence.
What
Nobody,
happened 1 week after that?
a right winger
Pickles?
shot
Don't-
a right winger shot at Trump.
Right, Donald Trump's life was almost taken in Butler.
By a right winger.
You are fucking cooked, bro.
By a
Cooked.
right
By a right
winger.
winger.
GM.
Yeah.
You're cooked.
Sorry.
You refused to hear us on that point. It
Yeah.
was a right winger there.
Oh my gosh,
Sorry.
you guys are cooked, bro.
Trump has
God.
literally, he has pushed and pushed, whether it's mentioning a crosshair or not, he has actually, with all the context, mentioned and said things to make y'all hostile towards our movement. He has legislated and said that people were like anti-deportation views or fucking, we are terrorists. You guys are about to be justifying unaliving people with our viewpoints pretty soon.
Wait a minute. Let me breathe and just gloat for a minute. That was a dog walking in the century. Hang on. Just give me a minute.
We'll give you a whole day because Kristen just paid for a kick. Thank you, Kristen. Thank you so much. We love you. W. Kristen's in the chat with a K. Drop this motherfucker, Liam, is what Kristen said. Chat, if you're Trump supporter and you
Nice.
want to debate, hop in the box.
That was fun. That was therapeutic. Thank you for that. Thanks for
Anytime.
letting me up here for that.
Anytime, dude. I got your back.
Liam's a fun punching bag, I must admit. And was I lying about the jaws? Did you guys see him? Like he
I
had his
didn't see-
glasses on to cover up those droopy ass eyes, but yeah, he's got jowls too. That was wild. Thanks, Kristen.
Trump, if you're MAGA, if you're a Trump supporter, you want to debate, hop in the box. Sounds like something happened after Charlie Kirk. Yeah, I mean, literally, it happens on both sides, right? But the president has done nothing but fuel the fires of hatred on the right and make sure that y'all look like the bad guys. Like, if Trump wanted to stop this type of stuff, the shooting in Minnesota by the police officer, he would have handled that very carefully. He would have said, oh, we're going to investigate this and make sure that everybody followed the law, da-da-da-da. Instead, he came right out and said that Renee Good was a terrorist before knowing anything, before any sort of investigation, because he stopped it. It's literally just pushing his polarizing views onto people and radicalizing people and pretty much asking for more of this type of crime. What he has done is emboldened police officers to now feel like they can do more of that without any punishment. And that is what's going to happen. He wants that to be ramped up. We ran an entire campaign justifying Charlie Kirk's murder. None of us did. Everybody on the left, including Gavin Newsom, all of the the head politicians on the left, all came out and said that we do not condone violence. And everyone on the right said, like, oh, it's time for us to do more violence. All of the leaders, Trump, Noam, Miller, they all said things to embolden people.
Matt Irishman, he was appreciating me for talking to him about Liam being Irish, and I think it's really important that within Irish history, if you take a look at the Irish flag, it's very similar to not only the Palestinian flag but also the Iranian flag, and that's because the people of Ireland they were known to support people during their revolutions. Iran is actually, so this goes way back into history. Hold on.
So, by the way, chat, somebody
somebody
just said Democrats love catch and believe. That's the release. That's the problem. Trump is literally still doing catch and release. He's still doing it, and he's taught y'all that was like a bad thing and stuff, basically, just for political points. But he's still doing it a year in. So, Yeah, you got fooled, you got suckered, you got hoodwinked. They tricked you.
But yeah, Iran, which was originally Persia, that was the very first. And this isn't this sound because this was adopted by Germany. This sounds bad, but it's not. This is actually historical. Iran was the first Aryan nation. Like it was the first Aryans of the world were in Iran, and after their displacement, they actually moved to Ireland, which is Aryan land. If you go back far enough, that's the yeah, man. So like Iran, Palestine, Ireland, they have deep historical connections, man. It's there's a reason why their flags look very similar because they supported each other through their revolutions. This is Ireland. Irish people are known to stand against the oppressors, and for Liam to stand up here and be like, yeah, go ICE, that boggles my mind.
For anybody to be up here, like if America, if I made being conservative illegal next election cycle or whatever, if we did that, and then we looked at y'all and pointed like, look at these lawless fucking evil Republicans. They don't care about law and order. You just need to follow the law. You're a terrorist if you don't follow the law because we need to lock you up. And the federal government is that's law. For us to not be okay with y'all locking up and deporting undocumented migrants is the same thing because it's unjust. Nobody wants this. It's bad for the economy. It's bad for everybody. It's stupid and it's a waste of resources too. Huge waste of resources. Who's better, me or
You both
Liam?
suck, American Advocate. That'll answer your question. You're both. So yeah, I've got 3 extra dogs. I've got 7 dogs in the house right now. I've got my daughter's dogs who's on vacation, so we're dog sitting her dogs, her 2 dogs, and then my in-laws just got in town with their dog, and it's
Woof.
freaking wild here. It's they've packed up. They've packed up. They've become their own pack by this point. Yeah, it's only for a few more days, so but it's chaos right now.
Someone says
I've
sanctuary
escaped to
cities.
TikTok lives.
Sanctuary cities have to go. That's also just like a really stupid fascist talking point, I guess. Most conservatives don't know what sanctuary cities are. They basically just say if you make contact with the government, they won't report you to ICE and do deportations. But if you do break the law, they do, and they do have to work in tandem with ICE if they want if for deportations. But basically, what they've done is they said, "Oh, look at the data, look at the money. All of these people who are undocumented also add X amount to our economy and our GDP and demand and all this stuff. And if we don't deport them, we can save money and they contribute to the economy, and it helps. That's why they do it, not because they're pro-crime. No, that's fucking stupid."
Have you heard the new talking point? Where were the Clintons? Why did they deny being deposed? Have you heard that?
So Minnesota's complying with ICE detainers. Actually, I don't think they have to work in tandem with ICE.
Can you hear me, man?
Yeah.
Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, yeah.
Right.
Sorry.
So yeah, they're all asking what happened to the Clintons yesterday. Why did they refuse to be testified or to be disposed? And they didn't. They said they wanted to do it not behind closed doors. They wanted to do it in open court.
Nice.
But they're refusing to testify. That's not what happened. They refused to testify in secrecy. They want everything laid out.
Makes sense.
But the right wing's trying to run with it, be like, they're hiding something. Okay.
Up here. I just got home from grocery shopping. I
Disposed of.
apologize.
Oh, it was an accident? You're good.
Yeah.
All right, we love you.
Love you guys.
I actually had a decent conversation with John Stone yesterday. Can you believe that?
Wow.
Yeah, I was impressed.
We watched them do this to Hunter already. I know. I still hear about Hunter Biden's laptop unironically from MAGA. And not a single person knows what crimes we're supposed to be looking for in that laptop. What finally came out? They had years, right? Like 12 people had that laptop. Not a single thing came out of that. Besides a bunch of like carrot holding. Look at the laptop. Look at this. It's so bad. It's a laptop. His wiener.
Bunch
There's
of
pictures of his
hog
wieners.
pictures. That's what I heard.
Yeah, and there's a bunch of wiener pictures. Yay. Liam was treated unfairly.
Liam was being oppressed. Why does he keep calling you John? That's really weird, man. That's creepy, like, right? Like, are you guys friends?
No. I don't know.
No?
He called me Matthew a bunch, and I was like, that's not even my name.
Matthew.
Yeah.
Holy smokes, there's almost 600 people in here. They're just listening to this bullshit. Somebody needs to come up here.
Who are these pasty white guys that play video games talking about politics? That's me, baby. That's me.
I quit playing WoW. I got kind of bored with it. I haven't quit, but I stopped playing as much.
Get on
as I
Final
was.
Fantasy, dude. Stop being a wiener.
All right, I might.
Have I debated Brock? Yes. Chat for your Trump supporting one to debate. Hop in the box. We're gonna do next week the official transfer of ownership of the app. I guess we're gonna have to see. What's the level cap on WoW?
I don't know. I keep playing classic, man. So I played all the way to 70 on the, or was it 80? I forget. It's been like 6 months. I played all the way to the max. I think it was 80 on the expanded version, and it took me 2 weeks, man. I just blasted through it. It was cheating all the way. They're like, go here, and they mark out little red lines on the map where you need to fly to. Dude, you get a mount at level 10. Like you get a flying mount at, yeah, like it's so easy, man. You just glide through. I'm like, this is so boring. It's on easy mode. So I went back. They have a WoW Classic version, and I just been sticking with that. And that's like grind. You just gotta grind all the way through, man. Like my level, I got a level 45 is in Tenaris. You know, I mean, I've been playing for months, and it's still level 40, and that's what I appreciate. That's what I like in it.
Stop it. Stop it. Play Final Fantasy 14, okay? Realize the wrongdoings of your ways. Come join my server. Come join my clan.
Listen, you don't even know my warlock. Fear, dot, fear.
Yeah, I'm a healer main, and I also have a tank and a DPS. They're fully maxed. Hello?
I'm sorry, man. Like I just scrolling through, and all I hear is WoW Classic, and I love this guy. I don't know who that is. Who is that, Pickles?
Thanks, man. Thanks. Wow, the WoW Classic, like it's a, we've got our own special niche right there, right? Like the.
Yeah, are you Horde or
get
Alliance?
into PvP
That's
and-
old school. I mean, well, I was Alliance. Alliance for life, bro. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Zug Zug.
Yeah, I can't
For the
play
Horde.
Horde. I don't.
For the Horde,
yeah.
baby.
Horde are like bad people in real life. I'm convinced of that.
Hey, you know what? I mean, yeah. Some of my better friends from high school ended up being Horde, and yeah, they ended up being kind of like not so nice. And yeah, fuck the Horde, dog. Fuck the Horde.
Damn, dude. All right. Listen, I might have to kick you after that. But
Oh
it's
shit!
all about
But I
Final
love
Fantasy.
you,
Oh
Pickles.
no!
Love you too. It's all about Final Fantasy 14.
Thanks,
chat.
man.
Final
I
Fantasy
don't know,
14.
man. I'll be honest with you. My mom plays Final Fantasy.
What? 14?
Yeah, dude. Yeah, man. My mom's kind of different. She's like 67 years old. She plays that shit. Yeah, man.
Your mom sounds hot, dude.
I didn't say she was good, but she does play it. I'm just,
Yeah.
just saying. But she's like level 1500 or some shit, man. She's so high up on there because she just plays. She just like grinds around and does shit.
Hell yeah. So, if Final Fantasy 14's amazeballs, fuck yeah. Chat, if you play Final Fantasy 14, DM me your name and I'll add you.
I ain't giving you my mom's name.
Dude, I've cleared all of the extremes. I want to do Savage. Final Fantasy VII is my jam. Same. It's my favorite game of all time. Have I seen Hassan? Oh, head stand up on Netflix. Yeah, it's so funny. I haven't.
Yeah, just search her up, man. It's under Mom, MOM. You'll find her.
Met my ex-husband on WoW.
Met my ex-husband.
Legend of Dragoon, dude, that's a great game. That's old though. That's a classic. Because my mom would really like that photo of you in the shirt. She keeps asking, "Oh my gosh, okay, yeah. Would I vote for Messi? No. Even though he's against Trump?
Thomas Massey? No.
No. Second to Zelda easily? What? Which one?
That's like, would you vote for Marjorie Taylor Greene? No.
Knights of the Old Republic was great, Crystal. It was great. 10 was a fantastic. 10 was a masterpiece. 7 was a masterpiece. 8 and 9 were masterpieces. 11 I never played, but I hear it's good.
Whatever. If you guys aren't down with Frogger, I don't know what you're doing with your life. If you didn't play Bump and Jump on television, like you don't even know. You don't know the struggles.
Turn on the phone. I can do that.
Yeah, man. Turn on the phone. I'll jump off. You'll get somebody.
All right, bub.
Paperboy. Hell yeah.
All right, girl.
All right, man. Have a good night.
Love you.
Thanks for having me up, dude. That was fun.
Anytime. All right. Let's turn on the call. All right, phone is on, chat. Holy cow, they've been blowing up. Yellow, is this a Trump supporter?
Sir, how you doing today, Pickles?
Doing good. What do you want to talk about?
Oh, voter ID laws. Can you tell me how they're racist or?
Yeah. So, how many votes happened last general election that were fraudulent because of voter ID?
We'll never know.
Why is that?
Because there's so many things that they need to fix in the way that we vote.
That's not true. That is not true.
Numbers.
So what they do is they look at the signature and all that stuff. If that doesn't match, they'll be like, "Dang, how did this person vote?" And they go, "Oh, we didn't catch him because we didn't have an ID." That's not a thing.
What happens if there's no signature? There were 375,000 ballots without a signature in Fulton County. Do the rules count them?
I guess those get thrown out, right?
No, they get counted.
They don't get counted if there's no signature.
They
dude.
did get counted. You don't know anything
Okay,
about it
well then that's already law. Again, no voter ID literally is just voter ID laws are literally just laws that they do in states or cities that they look and they say, oh, there's a demographic of black people or poor people that vote Democrat. We can trip up at least, and they have the data, and they say maybe 200,000, and this would reduce the number of votes for Democrats, and it would show the show up would be the same for old grandma Republicans.
Explain the mechanics of how it is racist to make it so that people have to have an ID to vote, because I want to hear that part.
I just told
Explain
you.
that to
So
me.
like they tell you it's for voter ID, and we say we know better because that doesn't prevent any fraud, right? It doesn't prevent any fraud, zero. So we know that you guys are just drooling over these voter ID laws just to trip up people's voter registration. That's it. That's it.
Well, it's just funny, and I'm sure you've heard this. It's not only a talking point, but it happens to be true. You have to have an ID to get food stamps, to
And
buy
you have to do the
liquor,
same thing to register to vote. Every single time, no matter what state, you have to have an ID.
Well, IDs are free.
No, they're not.
Yeah, they are.
No, they're not.
You can get an ID, state issued. So you guys are just creating these boogeymen when there's none.
They are creating you
boogeymen.
How many elections would be changed after we if we were to remove all illegal voter votes that didn't do voter ID, it would be zero. It would be absolutely zero. So this is just a talking point
Well,
for them to show you how they want to trip up votes in a certain way, and they're dressing it as a voter ID law. That's it.
Leave it to a white liberal to give us a shining example of the soft bigotry of low expectations, which is another form of racism.
No, this is
Would
just
you care?
math, dude. It's just as a
No, no.
society, we look
If
at
you
this.
think that someone, because they're black, has a hard time getting an ID, that makes you a racist. You
No,
don't get
it's
it.
just that's the
That
numbers.
makes you a racist.
No, that's not, it's just math. They
Mhm.
literally do this just because these people mostly are black. They literally do
No,
that
they're not.
because 90%
No,
of black
they're not.
males vote Democrat, and they want them to go to the polls and not be
Most
able to
of
vote.
them are not black. Let me ask you, blacks make up what, 13% of population?
Mhm.
There's a lot more white people. Are there more white people who are poor in the United States or black people who are poor in the United States?
Proportionality, it's black.
Not proportionally. I'm talking about raw numbers.
No one's interested in raw numbers, so proportionality is what
No,
we're talking
in this
about.
case, it would be the raw numbers. The proportionality doesn't mean anything because
No, it does.
if you're
It does
not in this
because when
case.
they look at poor neighborhoods, guess who's mostly in those poor neighborhoods?
Poor neighborhoods are closer to DMVs and other places where you go to get your voter identification.
I know, but if you're poor, you don't
People
have
who
a
live
ride,
in
you don't have
rural
money.
parts of the country maybe live 20, 30, 40, 50 miles from those places. So what you're saying is black people are just too dumb to be able to figure out how to go get an ID.
No, it's
an
just
identification card, dude.
no, it's just
Think about
it's
it.
just
It's
the
an
math.
ID. It's the easiest thing.
I get that
And
it's super easy, but here's
well,
the
here's
math.
what you don't
As
get.
a
You're
society,
a racist and you don't even know it.
no,
You're
as
a soft bigot.
okay,
You're a soft bigot.
I'm gonna read you a
That's what you
study,
are.
okay? This is an issue. This is the argument time and time again with voter ID. Laws are proven to be ineffective tools to fight voter fraud. In the rare instances that it does take place, while voter ID laws aim to prevent in-person voter impersonation, an almost non-existent form of voter fraud. Almost non-existent.
Wow. I just
So
got
what
a
is
big
there?
whiff of
What?
liberalism
What?
hit me right in the face with that one.
Yeah, 0.00004% of all ballots cast are the rate of voter impersonation. 0.00004. So you're fixing 0.00004% of fraudulent
No,
ballots
what
while
we're
tripping up
trading is so that
hundreds
people
of
can have
thousands.
faith in our elections. You don't get it. If it's not that big of a deal, why not just let people have faith in the elections?
Again,
what would be so wrong with that?
it's so extremely rare. Out of 250 million votes cast, if you want to,
375,000 in Fulton County without signatures.
again, that's BS. They need to bring that to court. We need to adjudicate that. All right. 250
are
million
nothing but
votes
double
cast by mail
standards.
between 2000 and 2020. There are 193 criminal convictions. 193 out of the 250 million votes. So you want to save 193 fraudulent votes and trip up millions of voters.
No, I want to make it so people are comfortable with their vote and they can trust the system.
Then
You don't
stop
care about that
listening to
because-
anti-democratic lawmakers and politicians, because that's all they're doing. No matter what laws we have in place, they're still going to try to scare you and tell you about how the election was stolen, because that's the fascist. It's like number 14 on the tenets of fascism. It's what they do.
Mhm.
They focus on it and they bother you
That's
about
great.
it. And there's nothing I can say to convince you otherwise, because you want to be scared. You want to be scared,
Well,
and you want this to
it's
go
hard
through.
I don't get convinced by bigots and racists by anything. And to me, you're displaying. Now, in other areas, you may not be, but in this particular case, I think it's bigoted and racist of you to think that poor people, I'm not even going to say black people, but poor people can't figure out how to go get an ID when everybody's got a freaking ID. So the only reason you would be against voter ID is if you don't care of all the cheating that goes on.
All
And you guys don't care
193?
because it's been in your favor.
All 193? It's not doing anything for us.
193 what?
All you want to do is stop people from voting, and it's mostly black people.
No, we
And
want
that's
to encourage
what it
people to
says.
vote. Legal people. You guys have been importing voters, illegal voters, and in states like California, I don't know if you saw the news, but they just had to send out letters to 27,000 people saying, "Oops, we accidentally issued you a valid identification, a voter card," and they had to recall all of them. But You know, you don't
Dang,
read
so
the
the
New York
voter
Post,
ID
even
law
though
wouldn't have
the
done
New York
anything
Post
for that,
is
would
the
they?
oldest newspaper in the United States, and you guys were comparing it to the National Enquirer.
You guys
I
can't.
mean, I think it,
You guys, you are scared, is what you're telling me. You are scared, and
we're
you've seen.
invigorated. We see so many people
No,
waking up and smelling it and seeing the truth. In fact, I used to think it was 50-50 liberals and Democrats. I think the country is really about 20% batshit crazy liberals, and you guys have been overrepresented because you've been cheating for the last 20, 30, 40 years.
we have
You've
no
had
evidence of
control of
cheating.
you've had control of the mainstream media, which, by the way, how come they're not giving you guys just brushed over the Hillary Clinton and the Bill Clinton thing? Peter Navarro and Steve Bannon went to jail for not showing up when they were subpoenaed.
And then what? And then they were pardoned, right?
Well, yeah, but after they spent time in jail. But how come
Yeah.
the Clintons?
Yeah.
And if you guys care about this PDF, these guys, Bill Clinton was real thick. You think Donald Trump and Epstein were tight? Epstein was even tighter with Bill Clinton.
That's not
And
true. We
they
have
even tried to see
letters
each
between
other.
the two. We have letters between Trump and Epstein, birthday cards
Yeah,
and
those
stuff.
are all before Epstein became a convicted felon. What's funny is after he became a convicted felon, all the Democrats were still taking all his damn money. No one cut ties. Hakeem Jeffries, Stacey Plaskett, they were all still taking money up until the very end, like a few months before he killed himself. So
Nice.
you guys, I've never seen the Democrats look so bad in all of my life. You guys just, every day you look worse.
Oh my
And
God.
you say we're mad. We're not mad. We're watching you guys implode, and we think it's glorious. So
Yeah.
we're not mad
So
about anything. We're
what they've done is they've fed you enough propaganda to make you happy at and celebrate at us freaking out that you guys are now doing like fascism and authoritarianism. And I guess it's like can be an ongoing joke for you, but like they are out here, police and military in the streets, and you're just blind to it. You're blind because
they did the
you
same
want
thing
this.
under Obama.
What they do in the streets?
ICE
ICE in the
conducted
streets?
ICE raids in every state.
We didn't have $140 billion ICE. We did not do that.
ICE wasn't even created until 9/11, and then when Obama stepped in, they had hundreds of ICE raids across the country, and they were going after people who were convicted of not even
Convicted of crimes.
That far back. You can go back to
So
Biden.
I love that.
How many people did ICE arrest under Biden who
He
were
did
sexual offenders?
He did so many good deportations without
4,000.
He did far more deportations than Trump.
4,390 is what the number I have.
So he did a really good job.
Well, he did a good job. Trump is at 16,000, so Trump is doing 4 times better. But the 4,000 number that I just quoted, those are arrests that ICE went in and took people who had prior criminal arrest and didn't show up for court, and a lot of them were illegal. Basically, the same thing that Trump's doing, but there was no media to stoke everybody up.
Because this is much different. This is much different. So Trump is out here saying literally like hostile things about migrants and getting y'all drummed up to be violent towards them. And when he's doing 140 billion, 140 billion, that's not true. He's talking about Somalis, and those are all legal. But $140 billion ICE versus Obama just doing what was necessary. Also, Trump is 70% of the people he's arresting with ICE have no criminal background.
For Obama?
None.
I
Yes.
just love how you
70%.
just brushed this stuff off.
70%.
What he did was necessary, and then
70%.
What Trump is doing is necessary.
70% of the people Trump is arresting have no criminal record. In fact, the people who are arresting them are on average more criminal.
Okay, so if you rip off $2 million in taxpayer money for your phony daycare service, but you have no prior arrest to that, you should what? Just
none of them were illegal immigrants that did that.
Yeah, I know. Because Tim Walz said that it was white people behind it. So I'm waiting. And
no, we can just see who's behind it. And most Somalis.
They're going to door and looking for black people. That's such bullshit. You guys just egg it on, and then you wonder why things are getting so violent over there. You need to realize your typical lefty liberal is not very smart. And when the governor of Minnesota, Tim Walz, goes on TV and says, ICE is making raids going door to door looking for black people, that's just so irresponsible.
Isn't that what he's doing? Isn't it so like?
That's what he said.
Trump is doing.
They're not going around looking for black people. They
know
who they're looking for.
Excuse me.
And they know where these people are.
What about Trump's rhetoric?
Door looking for people?
What about Trump's rhetoric towards Somali people?
He's the president. He doesn't like them. His goal is to take care of the United States.
Aren't they Americans?
And people who are coming over here, they've ripped off
90% of them are Americans.
They
90%
were
of them.
shipping money in suitcases through the airlines, and the
Yeah,
people at the
Trump
airline,
does
there
the
were
same thing.
whistleblowers saying,
Trump
how
has
are they
done-
able to do this? Millions of dollars in cash, cold hard cash, getting sent through the airlines, commercial airlines, okay? And the whistleblowers are like, wow, no one cares about this.
Okay.
What's up?
No one's saying they don't care about it.
This is the biggest ripoff in the United States history, is what they're calling it.
That's not true,
and
actually.
You guys, with your political correctness and your wokeness, just let it happen. It's the Democrats.
We let it happen. Dude, first of all, I'm going to show you something. This is a list of all the people Trump has pardoned.
I know. I knew you were going to go there.
And they're all fraudsters.
But you know what? I could give a flippity-flop less about that, because you're going to say, well, that's fraud too. I don't give a shit. He did it legally. Bill Clinton, look up Mark Rich.
No.
Mark
I'm
Rich
just
was
saying,
the guy's
you
name.
guys are.
Bill
He's
Clinton
making
took money. Bill Clinton took a big pile of cash to pardon Mark Rich, but you know what? It was perfectly legal. So you just
I'm not
trying
saying.
to get me to be.
I get that. So Trump is like, hey, fraud is really bad. Look at all these Democrats doing fraud. And then he's turning around and literally like pardoning nothing but like horrible fraudsters, like the guy who did the cryptocurrency scam, came out and gave Trump $2 billion. I do know a little bit about it. And Trump has done nothing but forgive people doing huge levels of. I'm sorry?
Do you know anything about stable coins?
So what he was convicted of was not ensuring that there was a money laundering, like anti-money laundering mechanism in his coin system, and he didn't do it, and he showed negligence, and he had millions and millions of dollars of fine, all pardoned by Trump. So if you don't like people doing fraud, you shouldn't have somebody in office just letting all the fraudsters free for money. Right?
Are you done?
Yeah.
Because I already told you, and we could sit here and compare all of the pardons from all the presidents, and
Trump would have a hard time. Trump is like 70 million times worse.
Who gives a flip?
I do.
Rich. Bill Clinton pardoned Mark Rich after Mark Rich paid him a couple $1 million. That's a cold hard fact. In fact, people were upset at the time. So.
And what did he do? What did that person do?
Here's what's funny. You guys say no one's above the law. Well, actually, the president is above the law, because no one else can just pardon someone who's done wrong. Case in point is the Biden crime family. You think James Biden is ever going to rue
There's
the
no
day he
crime,
didn't pay
right?
the
Like
taxes?
what's your level of evidence to say someone's a criminal? Is it conviction or what?
No, it's not conviction, because with the deep state preventing the thing from even going to court, you can't count on a conviction.
Okay, well, Trump owns the
deep state
DOJ right now, right?
And the Secret Service, they dug that gun out of there, and they made sure no one got in trouble for that when Hunter's wife threw the gun, right across the street from the school zone.
I don't really care about
gun safety.
I don't really care about right wingers telling me about anti-gun stuff. Like, you guys want everyone with guns, right?
No.
I'm in Texas. You could literally just have a gun if you want one. Nothing needed.
Well,
so
are we talking...
it's hard to find a Texan that would be like, yeah, lock that motherfucker up. Like, he doesn't having a gun while being addicted to drugs. Like, my dad, unironically, smokes weed all day, has tons of guns, and he's like, yeah, fuck Hunter.
Hunter was a bad guy.
No, he was a great guy. Have you heard him speak? He's a great guy. I think
I
Don
feel sorry
Jr.
for him, because his dad was pulling the strings. You saw the one email from Hunter where one of his siblings was complaining about having to pay the big guy, but they weren't calling him the big guy.
The uncle?
And he said, hey, get used to it. I've been giving the big guy money my whole life. So the big guy was just kind of pimping off his own children to make money.
So you're saying if somebody's a president in office and their children are doing things through the government to make money, that's bad?
No. I'm talking about his time as the vice president. And if you're going to bring up Jared Kushner, his big deal that he made with Saudi Arabia came, I think it was 6 months after the end of the Trump presidency.
And what was Jared Kushner's position in his cabinet?
Closed.
What was Jared Kushner's position in Trump's cabinet?
Have you heard of the Abraham Accords?
So the Middle East,
You can thank him for that.
what did those accomplish?
You certainly couldn't thank Hunter Biden for that
What-
because
What did
it's
those?
hard to make business
What did
deals with
what did those?
peace deals
What
when
did those
you're
accomplish?
spun out on
That was not a
speed.
peace deal. What did that accomplish?
The Abraham Accords.
Yeah.
That wasn't a peace deal
No.
with Arab countries.
Yeah. Which of them
And
were in
Israel.
conflict?
I'm sorry, what?
Which of them were in conflict?
Well, it's a powder keg over there. Even when they're not in
Yeah,
conflict,
no.
there's tension all the time. So,
Yeah,
the
so it didn't do
Abraham
anything.
Accords,
Like
held,
literally months after it happened, we had October 7th, right?
well, maybe it should have been the Hunter Accords, and it would have lasted longer, right? They could have all done. They could have like had parties where they painted and drank.
So they didn't do
painted
anything.
together and sipped
So
wine.
he
and
was in
stuff.
charge of the Middle East, and he got billions of dollars just afterwards.
In
But
charge
also,
of the Middle East.
yeah, he was the ambassador to the Middle East. And we also have Trump's daughter getting fast tracked, like all sorts of stuff
With
through
the China thing and her patents
Yeah.
and all that, yeah. No
And then we have Trump
comparison.
amassing billions of dollars this presidency
I don't
since
see
the
any
beginning.
comparison. I've looked at all these things. I just don't see the comparison.
Trump's billions of dollars. I know he's far like every president combined in history versus Trump. Trump is still like 100 times more richer, like using the presidency.
Pickles, you're a hip guy. Do you know anyone? Do you have any friends who have ever started a coin?
Uh huh.
You do?
Yeah.
Wow. Sounds like you know a bunch of fraudulent hosters.
They're
I
not
mean,
in
that's
charge of
really-
running the country, and they don't have a thing where if you
The
donate
point
enough.
is, anyone can start their own coin.
Yeah,
if
I
Trump
know.
wants to start a coin, he can do that. And you already said you don't know much about staple coins, so I don't really have time
Hey,
to educate
is it
you here.
is it cool if Joe Biden started a coin, and if you wanted to meet Joe Biden in the Oval Office and have a private meeting, you just donate to that coin?
Sure. If
That would be
You
cool.
know I think if it violated, if what he had done violated the emoluments clause, the court, because they went to court, an emolument court, and found that he didn't do anything wrong.
I'm not
So-
saying is that legal or illegal. It's a loophole, right? Like Bitcoin wasn't foreseen by our forefathers. We don't have a bunch
That's
of
what
laws
life
on
is all
Bitcoin.
about, are loopholes. That's how people get through life.
I
is through
get that you
loopholes.
champion Trump using loopholes to be corrupt, but we're talking about Trump being corrupt versus Biden. Biden's worth 12 million total, and he wrote a book which gave him 10. And then we have Trump, who before office, he was $7 billion less rich than he is today. And if he was a successful businessman his whole life, yet only last year when he became president, he's amassed billions of dollars. That tells you something, doesn't it?
Well, it tells me he didn't make that money the same way, say, Nancy Pelosi did with her insider trading. Trump has
Again,
a product.
you don't
I
have
know if
anything.
You've ever heard of the Trump properties or the Trump coin or the Trump
Or the Trump
ties?
presidency?
None
That's a
of
product
those
of
things
Trump's.
are illegal.
Trump's
So, and-
presidency, giving all of those huge oil mega billionaires access to Venezuela. He even gave them briefings before and after the invasion in Venezuela. They were literally there because he had them in mind. These political moves he's doing on the
here's a
world
little
stage, they're
newsflash
for his
for
rich
you.
friends.
Here's a little news flash for you. They're not all just like lucky duckies who get to go over there and start all that. In fact, he's kind of having to cajole them into it. So
Yeah, because it's
think
unsafe. And
well, yeah, it's unsafe because a socialist has been running the place, and
I
before
get
that
it.
it was another socialist, and before that
Uh-huh.
it was another socialist.
Uh-huh.
So,
And it's unsafe, right?
but you
so,
guys like socialism because some of you call yourselves the democratic socialist. So,
yes. I am a democratic socialist.
Oh,
and
are you?
Yes.
Nice.
Yes. But
Was,
that is not
Joseph
socialism.
Stalin a
Wha-
socialist?
He wasn't a Democrat socialist.
But was he a lefty?
Yes. He was also
Okay, 'cause
extremely
I'll
authoritarian.
admit right now, you schooled me on Hitler. I thought that Hitler was a right winger. You schooled me on the air. I looked into it, and you were totally right. He was not a right winger or left winger. He was a right winger. But then I found out that like the biggest authoritarians in history were left wingers, and I think Mao Zedong holds the record for doling out human misery and death.
Yeah,
in the name of-
and all of this is fun to talk about, but if you actually just know of like the mechanisms that are dangerous in socialism and you don't want those things, then I think you're fine. And the thing is
That's
with
why-
Mao, the people died because he fucking killed all the birds, and then all of
Yeah.
the birds were not eating all
He
of
killed
the
all the sparrows.
bugs.
Yep, but that was still in the
and
name
then
of socialism.
people died.
That
That's
was
not a
still in the name of
socialist.
socialism.
That is not a socialist idea, though, right?
I think it was. He got the whole society to start killing all the poor little sparrows. And
Again,
it was a team
that's not a
effort for the whole.
that's not a
yeah,
socialist
that's
idea, right?
a,
That's not going to rise
that's a
again in
socialist
socialism,
view.
right? Like if we can read history, we won't kill all the birds again. I think it's that easy, right?
He's a lefty socialist.
Got it. All right. And Trump is straight up authoritarian, like far right, as far right as you can get.
No, far right as you can get. He has gay
Yes.
weddings at Mar-a-Lago, and someone said,
Is-
"Oh, well,
okay.
he used to be a Democrat." I'm talking 3 or
Not-
4 months
Hit-
ago. He
Hitler-
did this. He's
Hitler-
not even a real conservative.
Hitler had
He's
a
not
gay.
even a real conservative.
Hitler's head of the SA was gay. He didn't care either. Only when it was convenient for him that he cared and used propaganda.
But you just said Donald Trump is as far right as you can get.
Yeah.
Basically, is what you
Yeah,
said.
and being close to a gay person doesn't exclude you from
Enjoy
being far
your
right.
delulus, because man, that just shows how delusional you are.
So you're saying his proximity to gay people makes him not far right? That doesn't make sense. That no one.
I think that, and I used to watch The Apprentice all the time. I knew a lot about Donald Trump before he even ran, and you could tell that he's not a bigot or someone who hates gay people or
Hey,
anything
do
like
you
that.
think that like Joe Biden would have a meeting and a private dinner with Nick Fuentes or Kanye?
I don't know, but I know he'll give a eulogy at Robert Byrd's funeral.
Can you
and
tell me about Robert
was
Byrd?
in the KKK member.
Can you tell me more about him?
Early in his life, he was in the KKK. He was a Democrat.
And then
I
what?
think
And then what?
he converted.
Yeah, and then he spent the rest of his life trying to undo all the wrongs he ever did, right?
Right.
Those
That's
people
true. That
deserve
is true.
those people deserve a shout out. That's fine.
Uh-huh. Well, you guys aren't very big on forgiveness usually, so I'm surprised that you were able to forgive that guy. But
Dude,
yeah.
I don't know what that means.
Hey, Pickles, could the two of us, agree on one thing, though? Whether you're a protester protesting climate change or you're protesting ICE, can we agree that in the middle of the street is really not the best place to protest?
I don't know. I think that the last few times in history in the United States where we actually got things done, like civil rights, you had to protest, and there's just the softer way to protest is probably not as effective.
Are you talking about the Civil Rights Act of 1964?
Mhm.
Did you know that percentage-wise more Republicans voted for that than Democrats did?
That was around the party switch.
In both houses.
Yeah,
In
that was
both
around the party
houses,
switch.
The percentage was higher. So you can really thank the Republicans for the Civil Rights Act. And I don't know if you're aware of this, but there was another Civil Rights Act that came about 100 years earlier, and I think it was 1870, the same time they were writing the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments.
Mhm.
And it was a majority of Republicans who voted for that as well.
I know.
Republicans
The thing is,
really are the
this is
party of freedom and anti-slavery.
all right. This is a tall tale, though. You really just like the Hitler thing. You're getting this all wrong. A lot of conservatives want to tell you this whitewashed version of history. If you actually look into it, everybody who was fighting against slavery was liberal, right? Like we were all
When
like
was that
progressive.
Big flip? I know you're going to talk about a big flip. When was the flip?
It was in the civil rights era, like the 1960s.
The 1960s, did you
Yes.
say?
Mhm.
So what did Joe Biden mean in 1977 when he said, talking about desegregation, he didn't want his children to grow up in a
We already went
racial
over this.
jungle?
We already went over this.
A
So
racial jungle. Me and you
Biden
have
was on
never
the
gone
right
over
side
this.
of history in every moment of his career. And during that moment, what he was alluding to was he was against busing. So if you were white, there was a giant white school in the middle of the city, and some black kids had to jump on a bus and go attend that white school. That's what he was talking about. He was against busing. He was for desegregation, and he was
But he had to
always
use the
for.
word jungle. Why would you use the word jungle to explain that?
Because that's what back in the 70s, I guess maybe that had different undertones, but he was talking about how a black person would just be thrown into a school of all white people in the middle of people like minded like you would all have problems with that, right? Like they got
Well,
violent.
what about in the
They did
early
this.
2000s when he said that marriage was between a man and a woman? That was the
That
early
was bad
2000s.
too, but he was also the first person to come out for it, right?
Well, you guys are good at making excuses for people.
You guys are still against gay marriage, aren't you?
No.
Yes,
heck
you
no.
are. You're literally undoing that in
No.
Ohio right now.
No, I'm not. I've talked to you before. I'm not a religious. I'm a secular MAGA.
Well, they're doing that in
what I
Ohio
call
right
myself,
now,
Secular
right?
MAGA.
They're doing that in a state right now. They're trying to go change and amend the constitution of a state.
Yeah, but one thing you notice is they're not like shooting people who disagree with them. They're not.
But you're
parking
moving
their
the goalpost.
Sorry, butts
I'm
right
just
in the middle
saying.
of the street.
I'm just
They're
saying,
not
you guys are the ones trying to do these laws today. It is your type of thinking that did slavery, that did segregation, that did Jim Crow, that did othering of people. They got the same thing you're doing right now
Jim Crow is
results in
Democrats,
those.
right?
Again, you're just using the name of the party that did the bad. I'm looking at the logic. I'm looking at the thinking, the ideology, right? Since the party switch, it's hard to look at Democrats and Republicans and say one is good or bad. You have to look at the ideologies and say, hey, if this type of thinking yielded anti-slavery, I want to be on that side. If this side of thinking wanted black people and women to have rights, and that's still the side we're on today, that's my side. You don't get points for that because you're trying to call those
You
things
guys
away.
are progressive. You think
Yes.
you're progressive, but you're not.
You're
There's
not
nothing
progressive.
about
You're
tearing down things that work.
conservative. You are conservative. You want to stay the same. The people who wanted to keep slavery, conservative. The people who wanted to keep black people out of their bathrooms and trans people out of their bathrooms, conservative.
Okay. Well, I'm glad the Supreme Court is taking this up because now when we talk about trans rights, we don't have to be treated like we're just some sort of freaks or whatever. This is actually going on in the news. The Supreme Court took it up,
So
right?
so like 6 conservatives agree with you, therefore your rights are confirmed or your ideas are validated.
Well, 6 people in 400,000 years of human history where we've all identified the fact that there's 2 genders.
No
So
one's done
there's
that throughout history. That's not true.
It's totally true. For all practical purposes. Now,
That's not true. You literally just said something provably demonstrably false. Throughout history, even right now in Judaism, there's 8 genders. In Native people, there's like 3-spirited people. There's all sorts of things. And for you to be like, oh,
No. People are free to pretend. and
pretend.
do
It's all
make-believe. That's always
pretend.
been the
Man
case.
and women
But
is
when it
all
comes to
pretend.
Sports, you can't really. The pretend thing doesn't work when you're in competitive sports, right?
Again, you don't realize that it's all made up. It's all made up.
Made up. Well, let me ask you this, because you brought up last time we talked about this. You brought up this person that I hadn't ever heard of, Imam Khalif. You know who I'm talking about?
Yeah.
And so I looked him on up, and I was like, oh, I do remember this guy. He took the gold medal, and he was fighting this Italian boxer named Angelina Carini, I think her name was.
It's a woman, by the way.
Say again?
That is a woman, born female at birth. Go ahead, go off, King.
You think because she was born with a vagina, but she had testicles that were inside of her body, that makes her a woman?
Bub. 100% of women are born with those.
But are 100% of women born with XY chromosomes?
No, you don't know her chromosome.
Yeah, we do.
No, you don't.
She's got XY chromosomes.
You don't know her chromosomes. She's never released that.
Yep, it's a fact.
It's not a fact. And even
It's
if
a
she
fact.
did, she would have Swyer syndrome.
Even if
which
she
would,
did, okay. So now we've agreed that
she would have
she's
Swyer
XY.
syndrome. Do you know what Swyer syndrome is?
Yeah, you've talked about it before.
That literally by science. It is a woman. It's a female.
Her testicles are inside of her. She was born with testicles.
Okay,
She liked
so
to
what
bring up
what
that
if she
was
has a
born with
vagina too?
She was born with a vagina and testicles.
And so
But
what is
you know
that?
where the proof of the proof is here, right here. Angelina Carini, she was boxing her. About 40 seconds into it, she quits, and she told her coach she'd never been hit that hard in her whole life. Now, I think that women should be believed. And if she says that she almost had her block knocked off, and she was in fear for her life because she's never been hit that hard in her life, then the XY is more believable. Because even when you look at this Imani Khalif chick from behind, you can see her shoulders are broader. She's just a stronger individual because she's got XY chromosomes.
There's
Now, I
nothing.
know-
There's nothing that I'm
and
looking
that's
up right now.
science.
There's
That's
nothing.
science for you,
There's
pal.
literally nothing.
You like science, but you
I
don't
know.
like that kind of
show
science.
show me where they proven her XY chromosomes, because that's still it's nowhere.
You can tell by looking at her.
No, you can't do that.
But no, what they did is some sneaky bastard took some of her hair that had shedded, and they did a DNA sample on it, and they could tell she's got the XY.
That's not true. There is a notoriously corrupt boxing organization that is led by Russia, and they have come out with fake reports on that. But there's
What's
nothing
their
stating.
three-letter acronym?
I'm sorry. It is. They are the IBA.
Hmm. And is that who the Olympic Committee is using, because they
Yes.
outsource that?
Yes.
Mhm.
They
And-
actually just expelled them from the Olympic Committee.
And they got a new group in there.
Yeah.
What's the new group?
I don't know why.
Well, the new group says that biological men will not be competing against biological women in the Olympics. So, you being a big fan of this Khalif chick,
I'm not a
does that
fan.
break
I'm a
your heart?
fan of protecting people from harmful rhetoric, and what you're doing is, in this
What
very
about harmful
instance,
punches? What about
again,
harmful punches?
she's a
If you're
woman,
in a
so
boxing ring and you
where-
think your
who-
life is going to come to an end because you're fighting a man and you're just a woman,
there,
is that an invalid
there,
point of view?
again, there are plenty of women who've knocked out other female women, and for her to cry just because she looks kind of manly or something is gross. There's all sort of physical
How many
advantages
hours
that you're
do you
born
think
with.
she trained for that fight? She cried
Plenty.
like a baby when she quit. It
She's just
wasn't
a
her
bigot.
making a political statement. It broke her heart to have to quit. She cried.
She cried
and
like
bawled her
she
head
cried
off
like a crybaby,
because
dude.
she had to quit.
She's a
Because
crybaby.
if she knew if she continued, there was a chance she would not be walking out of that ring.
Mm-hmm.
You guys pretend that you're
That-
champions
again-
of women and that you're a feminist. You don't even. This is just like the soft bigotry argument
This is
I got
not.
you on earlier.
You
guys
have
are
to
total-
assume. You have to assume
okay,
all sorts of crazy
I'll grant
things
you
for this to be
Pickles,
true.
Your heart might be in the right place, but the problem is the road to hell is paved with good intentions, and
Dog.
you and all your liberal buddies are proving it on
Dog,
the daily.
you have nothing but hate and distaste for this
I'm
person
not
without
hateful at
knowing
all,
any
dude.
sort of. You have
I'm
no
not
sort of.
hateful.
Yes,
you
you
don't know
are.
anything about
Yes,
me.
you are.
You can't say I'm
You have
hateful.
nothing but
I'm
distaste
saying
for this person.
Your logic is messed up. I'm not calling you hateful.
You want to
your
believe.
logic is just totally deranged.
You want to believe all of the things that we don't know
I
for
believe
your
what
for
I
this
see
argument.
with my eyes, and I saw the girl have to quit. I saw her cry. I heard her say that she thought she was going to get her head knocked off if she continued the fight.
Mhm.
Why are you, as a white liberal, know more about it than she does?
Because she's just making a scene. She wants to be famous.
She was making a scene.
Yeah.
It pained her to quit that fight. She did not. She
Poor
was
thing.
this close to a gold medal.
Dang.
Poor
I guess
thing. She thought she was in fear for her life, dude.
Yeah. Would you ever box her?
Hell no. I don't know anything about it. These were two skilled fighters with one having an advantage. One had
Again,
an advantage.
you have no proof of that. You want to believe that. You have no proof of that. She was born with a vagina. What league should she be in?
If she wants to fight, she should be in the men's league.
But she has a vagina. Wouldn't people be really upset about that?
It's XY.
So we're just going off chromosomes?
Yeah.
What if people are
That's
born
what
with
I tried to tell you
XY
last
and don't
time I
have
told you
any of
about it.
those?
It's called science. Science can solve this problem. It's real
Yikes.
simple.
I know, but there's a lot of things in science. There's a lot of gray areas here, right? So there's going to be a lot of people who you would say belong in the male league when they don't. Say if somebody is born with XXX chromosomes.
XXX?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll have to look into that later.
It's a
I'm calling
female that has
bullshit on
extra
it, though.
X chromosome. What league should they be in?
Hey, Pickles, this Khalif chick, is she a trans athlete?
No.
Oh, so she doesn't claim to be trans, right?
No.
Now, when you are a trans athlete, do you sometimes take, what do they call it, human growth?
HRT? Human
what did it say again?
hormone replacement therapy?
Yeah, that.
Mhm.
Let's say you're a biological man who's transitioning to a woman, and to make it fair, you have to take this therapy so that your testosterone levels are lower. Do I have that right so far?
I guess, yeah.
So, as a man, you're going to have 15 to 20 times higher testosterone levels than women do, because women have testosterone too.
After 3 years of HRT, it's level.
It levels out after 3 years.
Mhm.
What happens to the bone density during that time?
If you're a trans woman, your bone density lessens. If you're a trans man, it
lessens?
thickens.
So let's say you take that and you're an athlete who your body is your temple, you're striving for strength and health. How is it therapy if you're taking something that's going to make your bones weaker and less dense?
Because it's not for the sport, it's for their personal life.
But as an athlete, your body is your vessel, and to take something that is going to weaken your bones seems detrimental.
Yeah.
In fact,
It's almost like
definitionally, it would be detrimental. Put aside all the woke bullshit for a minute. Detrimental it is if you take something that's going to make your bones weaker.
You know what else?
You guys call that therapy. This is why.
You know what else?
Liberals figured out a long time ago if they control the language, they can convince people of anything, and that's what we're seeing today.
So
you guys are real good about taking language and calling things like, calling this therapy when really it's just making people weaker and opening up them.
So the therapy
cancer
isn't
and
for
other
your
things.
bones. The therapy is for your psyche.
So good job, liberals. Your humanity shining through
Again,
here. In this.
there's a list of medications that anybody could take with any sort of condition that are detrimental to your health and long term good for you in other ways. So I don't know, just
You're
like
talking about
birth
negative side
control
effects.
or yes. But these people, the cost of not taking this therapy would mean that they are more likely to kill themselves. So while you might
and it could mean that
disagree,
they won't get that gold medal too, right?
correct. So they will kill themselves and not
'Cause
be able
I
to
don't-
compete at all
I mean,
if they
I
don't get
think,
HRT.
Khalif would have gotten a gold medal if she would have been fighting biological men. So
I don't even think
it was
Khalif.
a loophole, kind of.
Khalif is, by the way, you keep saying this wrong,
That's
but
kind of-
she is a woman. She was born a woman. She was born with a vagina, and just because her testes did not ascend doesn't mean she's a man. That's silly. Nobody
Well, no,
in
it's the
science
XY
says that.
chromosomes.
Again, she is a woman, and she was born. Even if that's true, which we don't know, and you're just being bigoted. If that's true, she's still a woman, born with
Well,
Schuyler's
she's
chromosome.
really upset that she can't fight in the Olympics this year. It seems like if she had XX chromosomes, she would just show that, and then away she would go, right? Then she could fight.
Again, you're just moving the
So
goalposts.
the proof's in the pudding.
Again, you're just using the boxing league as your proof to validate your point.
No,
and-
if she wants to fight and she claims she's a woman, all she has to do is give a blood test. They'll see the XX chromosomes, and then she'll be able to box.
Again, that doesn't mean she's a man. If she was born with Swyer syndrome, she's a woman.
It won't matter. If it's XX, that means that she'll be free to box the women.
But what if
right?
it's XYX?
There's no such thing.
Yes, there is.
I just don't believe
That's
you on
fucking what Swyer syndrome is.
that. And how many people have ever been born with that?
How many people in the Olympics
In
have
the
we talked
history.
about like this?
Mhm. Hey, Pickles, I'm going to have to let you go here in a minute. I feel like I'm hogging the phone. There's probably other smart conservatives that want to call in and school you like I have. But I'm just curious, do you have time for a real quick riddle? It's real short. Okay, so a father and a father and his son are driving down the road in their car. They get in a car wreck. The father is killed instantly. The son is rushed to the hospital, the emergency room. So the doctor comes out and says, I can't operate on this boy. He's my son.
Okay.
How's that possible?
Maybe it was gay parents. Maybe they were co-parenting. Maybe they were in a foster family together and they shared a son. Why?
Well, how come you don't think a mother can become a doctor? Because the doctor was the boy's mother.
Oh, my bad. I guess then it was a female.
Wow. See, you think you're so woke, but in your mind, women can't become doctors. That's kind of sad.
You're right. Secretly, that's what I think, and I'm not fighting for women's rights all day, every day.
Well, like I said, the road to hell is paved with, good intentions. You guys have good intentions, but your just logic is so messed up and whacked.
Wow.
That
You got
no
me.
wonder people are leaving the party every day.
You're right. We should talk about how people aren't black and that women aren't good leaders. That'll get us on the right side of history.
No, but people are more than just whatever group they belong to. People are individuals.
Oh wow, that's rich coming
That's
from
the opposite
conservative.
of identity politics.
Love that.
But hey, keep up with the identity politics because now we get to see the fraud father going to jail. That's going to be fun. And there's a whole other things that backfired on you guys.
Whole bunch
so
of lawfare.
It's going to be
Got
real
it.
entertaining.
Love it. All right, man.
All right, buddy.
Take it
Thanks
easy. Good Lord. Chat, tap the screen. Lizzie, thank you for the $15. Thank you, Lizzie. Lindsay, I'm sorry. Thank you, Lindsay, for the $15 for the trees. Both sides of his mouth. Dude, Dems aren't leaving. I think Trump is terrified of the midterms. He just had to say that we might not have them. Hello, is this a Trump supporter?
Hello?
Hello, is this a Trump supporter?
Kind of.
Okay, what do you like about Trump?
Well, what I like about Trump is he's the, I guess you could say, closest thing to normalcy. He's doing what people voted for.
It's pretty broad.
And
I think that
what was that?
I think I can argue against that, right? Like he lied about everything he on the campaign trail.
I'm sorry, you're gonna have to speak a little bit louder.
So you're saying people got what they voted for. I could argue that Trump said no new wars, president of peace. He was going to lower gas and food prices day one, and now affordability is a Democrat hoax. He said that, I don't know, he wasn't going to be a dictator, and then he's talking about no midterms. He's got a police state, military invading all sorts of cities, mostly blue cities. He didn't say any of this. He didn't tell us about any of that.
Well, no, because the whole so-called city invasions is just ICE agent getting illegal immigrants out when they refuse to leave. I mean, they had the chance to just willingly, physically self-deport with a huge check of 1,000 to 3,000 in their pockets and come back in legally.
Yeah, I don't think anybody thinks they're going to get back in. But again, I just
there
don't.
are videos of people who have admitted to self-deporting, getting money, and reapplying to become actual U.S. citizens.
Cool.
Now, there are even been people
I think that's the most expensive way to do
have
it. I think it's a very inefficient way to do it. I think that Trump is spending tons of money, and this is all for political theater, because I haven't spoken to any right-wingers in this last year that have been able to articulate why this is so important, why hunting down single moms of 3
I'm
children.
not even technically a right-winger, nor am I a left-winger. All I am is just a guy who likes to watch anime, play video games, cosplay, and work out and go to work.
I guess that's everybody, right? Everybody thinks they're moderate. Everybody's political position, they think of themselves as moderate, right? All of them do. But you are far right. Mass deportation historically.
I can go a freaking week without talking about Donald Trump, politics, or anything related to politics or LGBT propaganda. And just try to live my life. It's like almost everywhere you go, or
I don't think there's any. There's most of the LGBTQ propaganda comes from the right. Yeah, Trump is like our Hitler. If you ask the left, that's why we see him. He's definitely doing everything in line with that. And why wouldn't we talk about it? Like we
Trump
not
is
just gonna lay
nowhere
down.
near Hitler.
We can go through it.
Trump is nowhere near Hitler.
Sure. Okay. I can tell you why he is.
I'm all ears.
Have you heard of the 14 Tenets of Fascism?
Yes.
So a man named Umberto Eco came up with 14 Tenets of Fascism after Mussolini and Hitler did what they did, and Stalin. And basically what they came up with, this is a very huge thing in history. It was basically all the likeness of all of these types of political parties and the warning signs. And Trump marks every single one of them, and he exercises them with regular frequency. He does powerful and continuing. Okay, well, I'll go through the list. Number one would be powerful and continuing nationalism, things like America First, and making you guys like wrap your entire trucks and boats with flags and have 700 flags and wear American flag fucking suits and face paint.
Of that too?
I'm sorry?
Is China guilty of that too? Is South Korea guilty of that too?
We can look at all of these things, and if all of the tenets match,
I mean,
yes.
You just basically said China. Well, of course, China's not a friendly country, but Japan, Philippines.
They don't do that. No, they don't do that.
There's more than one people that do that.
No, there's not. So we do it at a higher degree. We do the Pledge of Allegiance in the morning. Only other country that does that is like North Korea. But you guys,
Japan
when you pound
Pledge of Allegiance.
Not every morning.
Well.
Not every day.
Yes, every morning.
Uh, again, this is just one of 14 tenets. So if Trump is doing this and you guys go wild and color your face and get Trump tattoos on your fucking forehead and shit, that's what I'm talking about. Disdain for recognition of human rights. This is number 2. So Trump basically making excuses for why he can deport people without due process, or how some
Coming
type
to
of
America is
person.
not a human right. It is a.
That's not what I'm
It is
talking
a.
about. I'm talking about what happens after you come here. So if you want to use the power of the government to remove somebody, you have to do it the right way. And that's what I'm talking about. And same thing, he's basically made my
Well,
political viewpoints
well,
terrorist
like I said,
viewpoints.
people have been given the opportunity to self-deport with
It's not the
a
same.
huge check of $1,000 to $3,000
That doesn't
and to
solve anything.
reapply the right way, and yet they've
Again,
refused.
the sending them to terrorist prison in El Salvador for the rest of their lives with no due process doesn't make up for that.
Well, most of these people that went to the El Salvador prison are gang members, people who have
It's not true.
committed yes, true.
It was never
They have
adjudicated. So
committed.
no due process. We can't even say that, right? Because they weren't convicted.
Half of them were.
None
I
of them
will
were.
admit, at least half of them were.
No, they weren't.
Yes, they were.
It was 90%.
Yes,
That
they.
90%
It was
had
a
no
catch
criminal
and
record.
release. They did the catch and release with these guys because
Trump is
they
still
said,
doing catch and
okay,
release.
you got to leave here. You have to leave. Just come to your trial. They never went to trial.
That's
They
not
stayed in America.
That's not a thing, dude. First of all, catch and release is still being perpetuated by Trump. It's just a talking point to get you guys all scared and worried.
Not really, no, because you just said that, he's arresting them and sending them to El Salvador and deporting them.
Yeah. So for
Catch
1
and release
second,
is
y'all were
just saying, like,
cheering
you
to deport
caught
these
them,
people
here's
to.
a court, now go back out in the streets and come to court.
That's not what Trump did. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about this. Trump did this. No due process. That's why nobody is showing up at the border now, because Trump is a literal terrorist.
Well, that means our borders are secure now.
Again,
I mean, if you want to come to this country, you got to do it legally. My wife did it legally.
I know, but this
And
is
she
this
did
is
it
a
under
weird
Trump.
hang up, right? Like, so you guys are spending so much money and cutting people's human rights for what? Like, what's the big outcome you're looking for with all this mass
I
deportation?
mean, what human rights are people losing?
The
just
right to
because
due
they
process?
Can't come here illegally.
The right to due process.
The right to due process.
Yeah.
Well, like I
like
said,
everybody was holding hands.
They've had catch and release over and over again, and no
That
one
doesn't-
showed up for their courts.
That's not true either. The number is 83% all
that is
showed up for
true.
their court. 83% is the number
No,
that
they
showed
did
up.
not.
Yes, they do.
They-
83% shows up. 95 show up if they have a lawyer.
That is not true.
I can show you the study. But that is true. Identification of enemies and scapegoats as a unifying cause. We got Nancy Pelosi. We've got Hunter Biden. We've got Joe Biden. All these people, and then immigrants. So you guys just are in a frenzy, and it's patriotic to do so. To be all against these people, and whatever it takes. The more mean, the better. And all of these things that are cutting out like Law and Order, like Trump using lawfare against Letitia James and
Well, if
all
we're
these
being
people.
frank and honest here, why should we give these guys even a say when these are gang members putting drugs into our country, sex traffickers?
I get it.
Abusers?
Again, you're
the
just
guy that
labeling.
you referred to about the whole no having due process was a perpetrator of domestic violence.
So what you're doing is following this the scapegoats and recognition of human rights. So you think that that all types of people that
And
came
so what
illegally.
you're also doing is
Excuse me.
trying to justify keeping criminals here because they didn't have a say in court.
Correct. Yeah. So like you can't just go around and point at people and say you're a criminal and you don't get due process because you're this type of criminal and you get locked up.
Well, no one's doing that. We can clearly see it as clear as day. They're criminals.
So what does the Fifth Amendment say about this? If somebody's in our country illegally, what do we do?
I'm sorry, what was that?
What do we do if somebody's here illegally and
No,
we
the
want?
first part.
What does the Fifth Amendment say about this?
The Fifth Amendment is the right to remain silent.
And
that you cannot compel anyone to speak, basically.
And
that should be about it.
Would you consider yourself a constitutionalist?
Not really, no.
All right.
I mean, I've had my fair share of criticism of police,
Okay. So freedom from self-incrimination and the guarantee of due process of law.
That's basically what I just said. That's what the Fifth Amendment is.
No, due process. Due process. You missed that whole piece.
That's the Sixth Amendment. A
No,
right to
no, it's the
trial.
fifth. It's the fifth. I have it on my screen. So all people in the country get due process, no matter how much you don't like them and how much you want to say they're all criminals. That's also a fascist talking point. If you look at the crime data, they literally amount to almost no crime at all. 29 murders
That is
last
not
year.
true.
29 murders last year out of 17,000. If 30 million of them are here, they're like the safest population of people on Earth.
That is not true.
What's not true? What part?
Because they have not reported during the Joe Biden administration. They refused to report crimes done in by the illegal migrants.
That's not true. Where can you see proof of that?
That is completely true.
Where can I look that up?
Because well, here's a question for you. Why is it that they refuse to report about the Lake and Riley? Why
don't
is
know.
it they refuse to
I know what that means.
report about
that is
the,
good old fashioned propaganda. So if you want to take one death
you're
and highlight
really
it,
calling a victim of rape and murder
yes,
a propaganda.
Yes, yes.
Wow.
Yes. So they took one murder and they played it in the news for like 2 years, and they got you guys all enraged. While we have 17,000 murders every year, and the majority of those types of crimes can be stopped with way less money. So they just want you guys to be extra knee-jerk reaction because that person was a migrant.
Well,
and if we look at
there
migrants,
are more. I'm pretty sure there was more murders and sexual assaults and rape attacks than Lake and Riley before.
yeah,
and
there were
after,
29.
with-
So not that
with-
many at all.
that were not even reported under
So-
Joe Biden.
So when you
That's the-
say that, you're
that's what
just
I'm getting at.
imagining that there's a whole bunch of magic number like of migrants that you're absolutely sure like did crimes, but we don't have any positive evidence of that. You're just assuming
Well,
that.
when you're constantly seeing people uploading their videos of people being shaken down, attacked,
Propaganda.
assaulted.
Yeah. So what you're looking at is
That's
just
not propaganda.
videos. Yeah, you're
It's
looking
not
at videos
propaga-
and you're not looking at crime rates. That is propaganda.
Well, who would trust crime rates when people are kind of deflating or inflating the numbers?
We don't have any proof of that. And
Are
we
you
also
serious?
have Trump's own website has the same exact numbers.
I mean, check Tim Pool out. He's the guy who I really get my news from,
Did you know Tim Pool was also indicted for taking lots of money from Russia?
which wasn't true.
Oh, so you think it's normal to
It
get
was-
$400,000 per week on videos that get 1,600 views?
That's not true. I mean,
That is
just
true.
go look at the evidence that was displayed by several others, like such as Mark Dice, the quartering, that all talked about this, that gave the whole information about that whole situation.
Did you not see the clips on YouTube with Tim Pool screaming how Ukraine is the enemy of the United States and how we're evil? Like he was easily getting money from Russia. Easily.
There was some context and details about that, because the reason why he was screaming about it was because we're giving them all this money and they're doing nothing with it.
I don't think that doesn't make them the enemy. That doesn't make them our enemy. And Trump is still giving them money. So
And I don't think he said they were the enemy of the United States.
he screamed it. Yeah, he's a little propagandist. But you can keep watching if you want.
I'm getting the feeling that all you can say is that it's just propaganda to everything that I'm pointing out.
I'm pointing out
Because-
data, and you just got some clips that you've seen. You're like, I've been convinced because I've sat in front of a TV like
Well,
fucking
I've looked at-
Zoolander and
well,
was brainwashed.
Unlike your side, I've looked at the full context of everything. But like I said in the beginning, I don't spend my whole entire day or life in politics. I much rather live my own life.
I don't
But
know.
with the
I
with
would
it
love to
constantly
know
being
whether or
shoved
not
in
my hate
face
was
all the time,
justified. Did you know that Hitler screamed over and over again that Jewish people were responsible for a lot of crime, and there was a lot of also like it was paired with great propaganda and news articles and stuff, and of course, if you ask someone like you who would have fallen for it, I saw all these. Of course, they do
I
all the crime.
seriously doubt that.
That's what they
Because
did.
look,
And guess what? They were 1% of the population, and that's what Trump is doing. And we can look at the crime rates and see he's lying
okay,
just
let
like
me ask
Hitler.
you this. Let me ask you this. Do you think Trump is a racist towards black people?
Yes.
You think Trump is racist towards black people?
Yes.
Then why is it that he is positively referenced in several black songs in the 90s and early 2000s, even some in the 80s?
Gang, I guess that resolves it. He did say that he would never trust a black man to count his money, didn't he?
No,
And he
that is not
also
true.
got
That was
sued
hearsay.
in 1973, he was sued by the federal government for denying black people housing. Is that racist?
That is also not true because in New York, it was Donald Trump that helped with the housing
That doesn't make it
projects
not
for
true,
black
right? We
people.
can see it. It literally happened. What do you mean it's not true? There's an indictment.
No, that was not true because that
What do you mean it's not true? It's
because that makes that doesn't make any sense. He was the one guy leading the charge that helped house for black people.
nice,
In
but
the
he also put C's at the top of applications who were trying to rent homes from him. He put C, and it stood for colored. That's what he did. He's not racist, though. Promise.
that is definitely not true.
Okay, it's in history. There's documentary on it. He went and hired Roy Cohn to defend him from the government, and he did exactly what he's been doing this whole time. Is he goes on the offense. He says, "I'm going to sue the federal government for this, and I'm going to sue everybody." And then he talks shit, and then he gets these people who are like judges or lawmakers to talk on a hot mic. Like Roy Cohn did all sorts of things to get him out of all this trouble, and he still does the same things today. But yes, that is absolutely true. He also talked about giving the death penalty to the Central Park Five. When they were exonerated, he never took
Yeah,
it back.
I'm aware of that one. That was the only thing that your side really had on him, because
What?
even I had to admit
What
that
about saying Kamala's not black?
he was wrong. What?
What about saying Kamala's
What was
not
that?
black?
She's not black. She
Oh
said she was
God,
Indian.
you sweet poor thing. You poor thing. Now you're racist,
Who am I racist towards?
Kamala.
Kamala said she wasn't black. She said she was Indian. We all heard her when she was on that little cooking show, how she said she's Indian. She has Indian heritage. She
Mm.
never said anything about.
Have you heard of
Wait, are you trying
being
to say that all
biracial?
black people look alike?
Are you trying to say she's
that
not
all black
biracial?
and brown people look alike?
Hey, Bub, where's her dad from?
I don't know. I don't.
You've never cared to
I
look?
don't look.
You never cared?
No. Why? Why should I care to look?
He's Jamaican. If somebody has a Jamaican father, are they black?
No, they're Jamaican.
Are they Afro-Jamaican?
What was that?
Are they Afro-Jamaican?
No, they're just Jamaican.
Her dad was Afro-Jamaican. Where did Jamaicans come from? Where did they come from?
Jamaica.
Before that?
Jamaica.
Where before that?
They're from Jamaica.
Oh,
What
bless
do you-
your heart. Sweet, sweet friend.
Wait, are you trying to say because Jamaica's in the continent of Africa?
No, it's not actually. No, it's in the Caribbean.
That they're all just Africans?
No, but where did
What,
the
are we-
black
are we
people
not?
in Jamaica, where did they come from, friend?
They come from Jamaica, which is in the continent of Africa.
You sweet summer child.
Wha-
They were brought there by the transatlantic slave trade. You ever want to do some history? Watch the History Channel. It'll enlighten you how Kamala's dad and his ancestors were brought there from Africa, and that would make her black, right? So you can be biracial, right? Like if her mom was Indian and her dad was black, that would make her half black, half Indian. And when it was
Sure.
time for her to be the
Not that
first
your side really likes
when
mixed
she,
race people.
so if I had to twist your arm and tell you how she is black, you don't think that your whole base that's sitting next to you and voting the same way all need the same convincing, or they just know what they're talking about?
Wait, say that again.
The identity politics that came from Trump, do you think that's no big deal? Do you think that did no harm to the black community?
No, not really.
No, you don't think about, I don't know, maybe like the shooting and stuff that took place at Brown. You don't think about that?
You said the shooting at Brown?
Yeah, historically
That-
black
that
college
school shooting?
yeah, that Kamala attended.
No, I don't really think that had anything to do with race. I thought that was just a nut job with a gun.
Did she attend a all black sorority? She did.
Once again,
She did.
I don't know because
She did.
I don't delve in politics.
So
and
you think
I
Trump
don't know
calling
if I
her
can
not
really
black?
trust your word on this.
You really think Trump calling her not black was just a no bigger? He's not racist, no biggie. He's just
Absolutely.
got it.
Hell, even several other black people said, Kamala's not black.
Yeah, and that makes that right, huh?
Well, as a fellow black man myself, I think so.
All right, bless your heart. All
Thank
right.
you.
I can see you're just really carrying water for white supremacy today.
Not really, no. I mean, I think it's kind of racist and disrespectful that we're talking about just letting all these people that came here willingly, illegally, through illegal methods into this country and just giving them flat out citizenship, having taxpayers pay for their living,
That's not a
bending
thing
our
either.
knees to their form of culture,
Hey,
and
how much money in taxes did they pay last year? Do
sticking
you know?
them in luxurious hotels funded by the taxpayers,
Do you-
whereas we
that's
as
not even
black
true
folks
either.
can't even get reparations.
All right, that's not even true either. First of all, your side will never be responsible for reparations ever. But second of all, the people who were getting help through the government were coming here legally, 100% of them, right? Because you
That
can't
is
come
not
here
true.
illegally.
Because under Joe Biden, dude, I've lived in Chicago for my whole life. I have friends and family in New York.
I don't care. I can
They're
read.
all saying, "Oh, I don't care either that you can read. We have eyes. We see what's going on.
No, you don't.
We're not blind to it."
When you see a
So the fact
video
that I-
of when you see a
so the
video of
fact that at my
immigrants
job,
and when
so
you
the
see a
fact
video of
that at my
immigrants
job
walking out of a
that
hotel,
we didn't have an overflow of illegal migrants because every customer I had to deal with couldn't speak a lick of English.
that is perfect racism for me. Thank you for saying that. So anybody who doesn't speak English is
What's
an
racist
illegal
about not
migrant.
being able to
Got
speak
it.
English in an English speaking country? That's like
Illegal.
saying
Got it.
that's basically saying when you go to the Philippines, everyone should speak your language instead of you learning theirs.
Okay. I'm not saying that. I'm not prescribing any of that, and you are. And
Well,
what
you
you're
just
saying
did.
is you can tell by somebody's look or the way they talk that they're illegal, and that is extremely problematic. And that's what y'all have done. That is the
I
epitome of
just said that
racism,
they're
right?
They don't know English.
Yeah. Again, I know plenty of people don't know English. They're U.S. citizens, so it's just
I don't know
racism,
a
bigotry.
single U.S. citizen that is under the age of 50 that doesn't know English.
Okay, and what about above?
Above, they are usually people that were brought here through their children and children's children. They're usually much older,
Okay.
which is one of the loopholes in the U.S. citizenship.
How do you know somebody's not
application.
here as a tourist? How do you know somebody's not here visiting?
Well, because most tourists that come here visiting don't stay in hotels if they're over the age of 50.
What?
They
How do you
usually
know
stay
where
with
they're
their family.
staying?
Because I work in a hotel.
All right, so you know that all of the people that came to your hotel and received benefits from the U.S. government, they had to be legal, right? What's the process for an undocumented migrant to get a hotel from the government?
I don't know. I never tried it.
You never thought
I
about it?
mean, no, I never tried it.
Yeah, you've
And
never put that
also,
together in your head though?
never thought about trying. Never thought
You
about it.
never thought, like, do you think that when I go to the Social
I mean,
Security
do you think that
office,
it's normal that someone staying in a 12-star hotel for more than 14 days is kind of weird?
I don't know what's weird about that. What's weird about that?
Someone staying in an expensive hotel for more than 14 days? Do you know how much one night in a hotel would cost?
So they have to be illegal?
That or very, very rich?
What the
Because
fuck?
it doesn't make any sense for someone to be able to come in here during Joe Biden's era, come in here through our country and say they're undocumented and all that, be giving welfare
That's not a thing.
by the taxpayers.
That's not a
That
thing.
is true.
That's not true.
That was a
They
thing.
can't do
That
that.
was
In
true.
order in order to apply for welfare, what do you gotta have, bub? What do you gotta have? What do you think? It
I
rhymes
know
with
what you
Social
have to
Security
have.
number. It rhymes with Social Security
Yes,
number.
exactly. But yet they somehow just allow people who were illegal immigrants in blue states to just give them welfare anyway.
Okay, that's not a thing. We have no evidence of that. That's a
That
cool
is exactly
conspiracy, though.
what happened.
It's a cool
Hell, they've
conspiracy.
even some of them who can speak English have admitted it. I mean, there's a young
We could just look at the
Latino,
law. We could just look at the programs right now. Hey, what do you have to
and
have?
no one's following the law. That's the problem. That's why you have all these ICE agents out here.
What are you talking about, dude? That's not true. First of all, we all have to follow the law no matter what president is in office. So if Joe Biden goes, "Hey, blue states, you can start doing this," that we would first of all see that. We would see that. We'd see a memo. We would see like other states, people on your side of the aisle, see this memo and be like, "Hey, this is bad," and we report it. None of that happens. That never happens. This is something imaginary that happened for you, so
No,
that you can
that's
believe in your
actually
politics.
happening.
That didn't happen.
Then explain to me. Then explain to me why we had such an increase in illegal migrants in hotels,
Hmm.
all paid for under
Okay,
taxpayers.
so migrants staying in hotels were under the asylum, right? So if you came here legally and showed yourself, presented yourself legally, then you were granted asylum if you checked off the reasonable threat. And then you were given, I think it's like a few weeks of help, and then you get a work permit. And then those people stay, and they paid $97 billion in taxes last year. So
Not
they paid
true.
for themselves. They did. That's the number, 97 billion.
Dude, I gotta say, I'm having a hard time believing that
You got a phone? You could Google
because
it. You got the Googles?
it doesn't make any sense that during Joe Biden's term they were still on welfare.
I don't know. You
Hell,
can't be
half
on
of them
welfare.
were half.
You can't be on welfare.
Yeah,
Again,
they were.
this is like fifth grade politics.
Yeah.
This is like lunch. Like I could literally have the same conversation with my like 5-year-old
I
brother.
mean,
This is none of this makes sense. None of this happens. This is weird.
I mean, that's all you can basically say is that none of this happened.
Yeah, I know,
Even
because you
though,
could
like
just
I
look up the
said,
law
I
even
I
back then and say, "Hey, can
I mean,
undocumented migrants
despite the
get
fact that
fucking
you
welfare?"
got a
No,
guy
they
who
can't.
works at a hotel that has seen it with his own eyes,
You
and
didn't
you're
see
saying
anything.
it's not true.
Yeah, you didn't see anything.
You're,
You
you're
saw
telling a
some
black man
people that didn't
as a
speak
white
English
person
by a
what
hotel
he
room.
did and did not see.
You
Okay,
saw some
racist.
people didn't speak. Did you check their documentations on the way in, or what'd you do? Did you say, "Hey, who's paying for this hotel?" And it was the U.S. government?
No,
I don't
I
think so.
asked how
You
is it
checked their
that you were
fucking
able to
luggage
stay
and you
here?
brought them to their room. That's it. That's all you know.
I I asked them how long will they be staying here, and they responded with no English. And I had to whip out my phone and
So
in
you're
order to
saying
use a
that people
translator.
who can afford 12-star rooms for 2 weeks are not contributing to the economy?
No, I'm saying it was more than 2 weeks, and yeah, they were not contributing to the economy
Your business did,
because
right? Your business got contributions.
that's still a bleed on our. Even if the government is paying for it, that's still a bleed on our economy.
Again, it's
because
not all of these people come and they pay taxes for the rest of their lives and they help our economy. There's no economist. I want to challenge you. Go find any economist that says mass deportation is good for the economy. Find any of them. Find 1 ounce of good information that says any of this is helpful to the economy, because that's what you're claiming and it's not. It's bad.
well, okay, hang on.
Yeah, if the government's paying for it, they're not here illegally. That's easily like the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
So mass deportation is a complex and highly divided proposal.
So if we can't find any evidence, I'm gonna let you do this for however long you need.
So
If we
yeah,
can't
it
find
is.
it's literally just negative for the economy and positive for racist.
Well, no, that's not true because I'm kind of seeing right here as I read that yeah, it does have its positives and cons.
But the cons outweigh the positive like 700 times.
No,
700.
no, I seriously doubt it.
What are the pros?
So the pros are is a mass deflation of goods, as in its value.
That's
Another
not good.
is
That's a bad thing.
so you want everything to still be expensive?
Dog, deflation objectively is bad for any economy.
Right now, everything is way too expensive.
You don't understand what deflation is. Got
it. And I don't think you understand how the economy works.
I literally school people with formal educations on the economy on a daily basis.
Well, the last guy seems to have roasted you on the economy. And I got to say, he's a lot more knowledgeable than I am.
I don't think that guy was just talking, but you couldn't talk back. But there's not a single Republican or Republican state or policy that's good for the economy. There's nothing that you can look back in history and say, dang, Republicans, when they have the economy, they do good. Every time they have the economy, it's bad. And you have to be literally stupid to think they're good for the economy. You have to have never looked it up. You have to have never looked at the history of the United States. You have to have literally be incoherent and illiterate to think that they're good for the economy in any way. There's no evidence of it historically, and they literally just get
Look,
racist.
I'll
points.
admit that there might be a small short-term downside to it, but in a long term, it could be positive.
No, that's not a thing either. You have no economic data showing that. I have economic data from our government that shows that we're going to lose $1.3 trillion.
In the long term, you think that this is gonna? So in the long term, you think this is gonna hurt us?
Yes. Do you know what population decline is?
Yes.
Yeah. Is
We're
that good or
suffering
bad?
it right now.
Yeah. And mass
That's a bad
deportation,
thing.
does it make it worse or better?
It kind of makes it a little bit better
Oh,
because it all depends. No, it's it's on terms of what or who we are deporting.
no.
If we keep people here that are here legally, yeah, it will.
No, it doesn't.
works. If it,
Population doesn't care about
I mean,
your citizenship. Population does not care about your citizenship. If we are a declining population, that is bad. That is a bad thing.
because
No,
I'm
there's
only
no.
focusing on citizenship. That's. I mean, like, why is it that we are the only country in this planet that has this problem?
We
If
aren't.
you look at places like
We aren't. We are the only
Japan
people
doesn't
that have justified the fascist like mass deportation, though. Like $140 billion ICE.
Japan says no to this.
Japan doesn't have
Japan is-
$140 billion ICE. That's not true. Japan is very racist.
That's irrelevant.
Japan is very racist. So is China, and it's
Okay,
still
South Korea's not
it's still very
dealing with
likely
this
that they'll let
problem.
you come and permanent like China. You can go and go to school. They'll pay for your school. Same with Germany. There's tons of countries do that.
The southern parts of Africa, southern countries of Africa aren't dealing with this.
Dude, Literally, we have 3% of our population that is undocumented migrants. There are countries with like 5 and 6. So it's just the fact that y'all
I
have been
mean,
convinced that this is the right course of action and it's so severe and crazy, and it's not.
Iran isn't dealing with this.
Nobody
I'm just
wants to
trying to
go to
name you
Iran.
countries that aren't Western.
Yeah, nobody wants to go live in Iran.
Iraq isn't.
Okay, nobody want
Afghanistan.
you. Are you seriously
I
think
mean,
that
okay.
those are the places people are going to for economic opportunity? Do you really think they want to go live in a theocracy? I know y'all do, but most people don't.
Well, no, I don't. I would much rather live in a country I can be free, which is America. But I refuse to bend the knee to those who don't want to learn our language, don't want to respect our cultures, our laws, and way of living.
So Trump barely speaks English. He's a felon.
That is, dude, that is not true.
Trump speaks
Now
at a
you're
5th
just
grade
talking
level.
out of your ass.
So there's a study they did for every president during their inauguration. The speeches they wrote. Trump's inauguration spoke at a 5th grade level, and you can just tell, like, uses words like bigly, and by the standpoint of water, the wettest from the standpoint of
How is
water.
that not speaking English?
He's literally
That they
like a 5th
just
grader.
insulted his speech pattern.
It's not a pattern. It's like his vocabulary is very low.
It's still English though.
Barely. Tesla, acetaminophen. But I think this is just something that you will always be able to be, I guess, triggered over when like people show you people of other kinds not assimilating. It's just the racist in you, I guess. Like they're trying to get you to appeal to that. Most of us on the left, we love diversity. All companies that champion diversity do better.
Your side has no culture. This is why people say your side has no culture, and it has no history.
What do you mean?
What do I mean is that you'll simply abandon everything just to fill a narrative or for a feel good dopamine. You'll erase your own history. That's what I mean.
So I think that the only people whitewashing history be Trump. Like he did this to the museums. He pressured them to take down all sorts of stuff.
I'm not talking about whitewash. I'm talking about just.
I'm not talking about race either. Whitewashing doesn't mean race always. Trump is definitely alluded to and has helped people like Florida, like states like Florida, push
half of Trump's history, which is where back in the '90s, Trump was highly respected and loved by black people. Now all of a sudden he's this big racist towards black people.
It might have had something to do with calling Obama Kenyan, like in his debut of politics. It might have had something to do with that. I don't know.
No, most people thought when Trump did that he was either being funny or just being downright rude or disrespectful, not racist. I thought
both
that
of
was
those are
pretty
racist.
rude of Donald Trump.
Both of those options are racist.
You're literally telling another black man what is and what isn't racist.
I'm telling as somebody who's carrying water for white supremacists.
Man, you are telling a struggling black man what is racist. Wow.
Wait, so are you telling me that black people are struggling in America?
In certain parts, yeah. Not every black man, but
it's almost like you could probably just debate my next guest on that. Because there's a lot of people that would say no, right? They hate the idea of that. They hate that we try to say that.
No, I'm not. I'm just not giving you a broader brush. I just said not every black person is struggling. There are actually more black people doing better than me.
Maybe politically.
No, I'm talking financially. I mean, for the fifth time, I'm not here for the politics. I don't let politics run my life. I would much rather, like I said, watch anime, play video games, work out for my cosplay outfit.
You watch One Piece?
And go to work. What was that?
You watch One Piece?
Yes.
You should watch it again.
Dude, I'm already on episode 875. I'm not
You need to
rewatching
restart. Sounds
back
like you
to
need to
one.
restart. You need to rewatch it and soak in the messaging, okay?
The
Soak it in.
messaging about One Piece was basically being united as a family group,
Diversity.
regardless. Yeah, it was.
Love that.
Yeah, it was the most diverse.
Being
Well, so do
anti-big
I.
government, anti-big military.
Yeah, I like that about One Piece as well.
Yeah.
But the thing is, you only care about leftist diversity, where you just say put a black person in this position.
No, we don't.
And call it a day.
That's the caricature of what the right wants you to believe. But that's not true. Like every person that we've done, like Kamala, extremely qualified, not just black. Ketanji Brown Jackson, the most qualified Supreme Court justice we have. She's black. I'm sorry we had to do it.
Say that again.
Ketanji Brown Jackson, the most qualified Supreme Court we've ever had as a nation. Supreme Court justice.
You're talking about the woman that was nominated under Joe Biden?
Yeah.
She was the one. You mean the woman that couldn't tell us what the definition of a woman is?
Yes. Because I know, like
She
nuance
can't-
is
she couldn't
lost.
Say adult human female.
Yeah, that would be not entirely correct. And this is something also, if you are smart, if you are smart,
the clinical textbook definition of a woman.
It's not true.
Is an adult human female.
Can I ask you something? Is sex and gender different? Your entire side doesn't believe this. Your entire side, and this is demonstrably false. It's absolutely different. And your side has no nuance or understanding of any of this, and no one on the left is coming and preaching. No one on the left is coming and preaching this.
Blair White, you have Blair White, a little trans woman.
I know you guys have a few tokenized people. Yeah, I get it. She's also a bigot.
Got Rosa Dawn, another trans woman.
I love how you call them women. I love that.
Well, yeah. I was about to say, no, sex and gender are two different things. While Blair White does say she is a biological male, I also give her the courtesy and respect to call her a woman, because
that's wild.
She doesn't live in.
Your whole party doesn't like that. So you're a radical leftist now.
That's not true. That's what's on the far right.
That is so none of us on the left have preached or have tried to teach or have had some sort of messiah come and tell us all of these ideas. We refer back to textbooks. We refer back to science, and we have to debate any of this. And you guys just basically balk and go, "Oh, look how crazy this is."
Science.
I'm sorry?
Your side has constantly rejected science.
What part?
The part where you say transitioning is a reversible thing.
What are you talking about? What politician of ours is saying that?
That was AOC, Tim Walz, Nancy Pelosi, Maxine Waters.
So when you stop taking HRT, you can detransition, right?
No, you still don't get your original voice back. You still have damages to your body. Some people have claimed that they were no longer able.
Some people can't even change their voice. What are you talking about? So the regret rate of people detransitioning is about 2%. So
that is not true.
That is true, and it's also
the percentage of detransitioners is 32%.
That's not true.
That is.
Where did you find that?
That was done. I believe that was from Blair White, backed up by a research.
All right, I don't trust
some university.
Political.
I said it was from. It was backed up by Blair White from a university research.
We just look at. I don't look at Blair White. I don't look at political figures for this stuff. None of it. I just look it up. I just look up the science, and that's the difference. So you're debating people who literally have no one telling them about this.
You just look up almost.
I just look up science, and I look up.
You just go anywhere and just expect it to be accurate.
Yes, I look up science and I champion science. Whatever the science says today is what I say is most likely true. What y'all do is you just balk at all of this stuff. So less than 1% is what we say.
What I prefer to do is to have suspicions and doubt until all forms of doubt is erased.
That's called conspiracy minded.
I'm not.
You're a conspiracy theorist.
No, I'm not no.
Yeah, like
And
you just told me that.
what I mean by that is like I'm not just gonna take everything as face value. I'm gonna be a little bit skeptic. That's called being skeptic.
Cool. I just look at primary
Because
resources. I don't look for Blair White. I don't need any of their help. I look at primary resources, and
well, the only
it's
reason
just
why
a.
I
Hold
mentioned
on,
Blair
hold
White
on.
is because I've done a little bit of some fact checking with Blair White, and I would say 7 times out of 10 she's usually right.
That's not good. Yeah. So I don't refer to any
I mean, like
political figures
I'm
for
not
my
sitting here
science.
saying like,
I don't.
hey,
Again,
you should
I don't
go
refer
check
to.
out
None
such
of
and
us.
such because he agrees with me.
Listen,
No,
this is how you're coming up with the wrong ideas, and we aren't. So on the left, we have nobody up top telling us all of these ideas and like saying all this propaganda. Y'all are. Y'all have all these like, man, there's 2 genders, there's 2 sexes, all this shit. We just literally just refer to like this like
well,
academia.
yeah, there are only two
That's all we
genders,
do.
male and female.
Okay, 2 genders.
Yeah,
Okay, there's not
male
only two
and
genders.
female.
Okay, those aren't genders.
Yes, they are.
No,
They're
those are sexes.
yeah, their sex is based on gender.
Okay,
Or
so
gender
you
is based
think
on
gender and
sex.
sex are the same? Got it.
No, I think they're two different things because, well, technically you can't call yourself a trans woman or a trans man.
You just did that. You just
And
refer to people as trans man and woman.
well, yeah, I said Rosa Dawn and Blair White. There's also uh I believe that her name is Sarah Sammy or something like that.
I guess when you're
Um,
trans on the right, you become very famous. If you're one of the 3 trans people, that's cool. I get it. But there were
well,
Jewish people that voted for Hitler.
well,
I don't
Rosa is
care.
not that popular.
I don't care. That doesn't make any of this true for you. This does not help you. I'm looking at the science, and I'm sitting
I
here. I
seriously doubt you're
constantly.
looking at the science
I am.
because
I had someone laugh me out of the room just earlier because I said sex and gender are different, and they said, "Oh my god, this is why you guys are gonna keep losing," and they just like grandstanded on it for 5 minutes. Like you guys are lost in the sauce, and we just have to refer back to it's an open book test. You can just look at this stuff and say, "Hey, this isn't true." The thing that Trump did an executive order on, that's not good. Saying that this is how the 2 sexes are determined because it was very flawed. It made us all female. So I just don't think y'all are all in the
well,
business
the
of
reason
figuring any
why
of this out.
Trump did that was because um you was because of the whole trans women competing against biological women thing.
Again, that didn't fix it
Which
though, right? Because it made us all female.
it kind of did fix it because if you're not a trans woman, then yeah, you can compete with women.
That didn't fix it.
That was the whole thing because you're still a biological male.
All right, it made us all
That was the
female.
science.
It made us all female biologically. His executive order. Yeah, he had a hell of a swing at it though.
I mean, it was supported and backed by several other women.
Cool. All right, but we look at science, right? Like you guys just look at your leaders
So
and wait
do
for them
I.
to tell you what to think. We just look at science.
So do I.
I don't think so. When you
I,
ask
I think
when you
you only
ask
look at,
somebody,
I think you only look at science that agrees with you.
I don't think so. I am not afraid of any science you bring forward to me. I constantly beg Republicans to bring me some sort of something to back up their views. They don't have anything. None of y'all have anything for COVID or the vaccine or kids, like life at conception. None of y'all have any of this nailed down, and we have to hold your hand and walk you
Well,
through it.
well, yeah, some of them do. I'll admit I'm not the most scientific person on some of these things, and I usually stay out of that conversation. I mean, my idea is for abortion is if you've been raped, yes, you can get an abortion, no time limit.
All right, that's silly.
Um, if you if you're underage and I forget what it's called.
Listen. We
I guess
think you're very generous with what rights you allow women to have, I guess, in certain scenarios. But none of that is even viable. None of that can
I don't
even
think
work.
I just don't think abortion should be used as some sort of birth control where, hey, I had unprotected sex with a guy who is not worthy of being my husband or boyfriend, so I'm going to get an abortion. I say, look, if you're going to have sex with whoever you want, um, demand that the guy use protection
Yeah, that
and
doesn't
you
work every
yourself
time.
use protection.
That doesn't work. 60% of all pregnancies are reported to have used contraception. So that doesn't
Well,
solve anything.
well, yes, of course, I'm aware that condoms alone aren't enough, which is also why I said for her to also use protection, which is birth control.
Okay, that's not it. So, birth control is like 90-something% effective. So if you have sex once a day, you have like
So,
3 kids in a year,
so
right?
plus the 90% of a thing plus a condom, doesn't that increase your chances of not getting pregnant?
That's cool. I don't need this. Like on the left, we don't want sex police. We don't want you standing in the corner of my girlfriend's clinic while she's shopping for whatever kind of healthcare she
I
needs. We
disagree
don't
with
need your
that.
help. We
I
don't need you.
Well, once again, I disagreed with people just standing on a clinic trying to convince people who they don't even know, for Christ's sake, convincing them to keep a child. I mean, I
Yeah,
was
they
the
do
one
more than
that
that. They
actually
bomb
made.
clinics. They death threats to doctors. None of this works. And also, like
Yes, and I've
your
criticized.
rape
I've made criticism
your rape
statements about
exception
that.
does not work either. Okay, we talked about that, right?
What do you mean it doesn't work? I said if you've been raped, yeah, you can get an abortion if you want an abortion.
So everybody who wants an abortion says they get raped.
So you mean to tell me that people should just use abortions for their reckless actions?
No, I think that you should just be able to choose if you want to push an 8-pound bowling ball out of your orifice. I think that's fine. If you enjoy sex, which is a human thing, everybody enjoys sex, right? I literally have never wanted to have a kid every time I've had sex. So
well, neither have I, but I've got a kid, and that was due to the fact that I chose to risk it one day.
Okay, that's on you. If you think like if
and
that
that's
is
the point.
so precious,
That is the whole point.
If you think
About
all
why
life
I
is so
say
precious that you
that,
need to hold
that
women
is the
hostage
point
for 9
where
months,
of
I
me
don't.
saying abortion shouldn't be some sort of birth control.
That's
It should be
a cute
it should
poem.
be safe,
It's a
legal, and
poem.
rare.
What's the rate of women using it for birth control? Do you know?
Over 70%.
That's not true. No.
That is true.
Why do
I
you say
mean,
that? Why do you say that?
because there are women out here saying that they've had like about over a dozen abortions
All right, so you
during
don't
the
know. You're just making this up.
anti-Trump rally.
You're just making this up.
No, it's actually on YouTube. Look
That's
it up.
antagonizing
Go see it.
rhetoric. They're just antagonizing you. You really think women have 12 abortions, friend? You sweet spirit?
Not every woman. I'm just saying. I'm just repeating what one woman said. I was about to go on
She
and
was
say
being
another woman said
antagonizing.
she's had 2 abortions. Hell,
Again, you're just demonizing women. You're like, all these women, they're out here being sluts.
I'm not demonizing women.
Yeah, you are.
I'm just.
You don't know what percentage of them are just
How is
using.
me-
You
how
don't
is
know.
How is me saying that women who are openly saying that they've had abortions left and right and are proud of it,
Mhm.
when no rape was involved, they consented to this whole thing. They chose not to have
A
protection.
person who said this to be antagonistic is not a representation of all women, and you'd have to show me numbers because otherwise, throughout history, you could just be a fucking idiot, and politicians could
So
tell
you're
you
saying
that women
it
are
doesn't
doing
matter
this.
what women
Shut your
can
mouth.
and cannot do with their bodies. Okay.
I'm
If
saying
you're
that no
saying-
matter what,
okay.
hold on, no matter what in history, you could be present, and some fuckface politician can go around and spread this idea to you that women were being whores and they're all having abortions because they're whores. You could just be fooled into that because you never look at the data. You don't give a fuck. You just think it's all women. Yeah, and it's just a video, right? You're just citing a video of a woman saying this?
No, I'm citing from the horse's mouth, basically.
A woman.
Where
Yes,
you
a
get
woman.
Yeah, a woman, an actual woman,
Yeah, okay.
and several other women, and how I can't recall the name of that singer.
So
I think
3
it was,
women?
either Lady Gaga or Pink, who said, "I wish I could get an abortion."
Okay. Again, why? Okay, I'll ask you this: when do you assign morality to like a fetus?
When do I assign morality to a fetus?
Yeah.
When
Like
the
when
heart
do you
beats.
start the heartbeat? So 6 weeks.
Yes.
So
And
90% of
and like I
abortions,
said,
90%
and
are done before 10 weeks. How do you feel about that?
really don't feel much about it. I mean, like it's
So are
sad,
they all
but
whores? Are they all doing it carelessly?
just because you have an abortion doesn't make you a whore. I mean,
That's what
like,
you're alluding to.
yeah, if you just choose to have reckless sex left and right, I mean, and you get and you get pregnant by it, and you just want an abortion, uh, yeah, I guess I gotta
So
say,
what
that's
you
being a
just
whore.
did was like framing a person to like in a negative light that who enjoys sex. We're all human. Like I bet this is very sexist.
Yeah,
Okay, so like
I
you're
enjoy
just pointing
I
at
enjoy
women.
sex
You're
too,
pointing
but
at women and shaming
I
them
can
for
say
liking
I've
sex.
done it with only one person.
Right. You don't have to admit that on in front of 900 people, but you you know that people enjoy having sex and it's not to have kids, and you shouldn't shame women for that, right? And just because women being the only party that could become pregnant, uh they're stuck with this and they have to do free labor for like 9 months and carry it and then push it out of their orifice. And I promise you, if men could get pregnant, we would be able to buy them at the gas station. We'd be able to get we'd be able to get abortions at the gas station.
Well, I'm not anti-abortion, as I've said previously. I said, look, if you've been raped or you cannot survive the pregnancy,
That's a
yes,
pipe
you should
dream.
get an abortion.
The reason that doesn't work is this. Can I go and get an abortion if I just say I was raped?
If it's true, then yes, you
Okay,
should.
how do
I
we
advocate
determine
for
if
that
it's true?
by reporting it.
So do you just have to pair it with a police report?
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
like if you look, if you've been raped, immediately report it
Cool.
and
And
get
then
rape
so
get
if you're
get rape
raped,
tested.
you can
Get tested because there is a thing called a rape kit
so
where
all you have
it
to have is
can
semen.
confirm.
Yeah. That doesn't really also 100% proof that someone was raped and not consensual. But again, in order to adjudicate a rape case, it would take what, like a year or two? Wouldn't you already have a baby by then?
No, not really. But as I'm saying, as long as there's a report of you being raped, regardless of whether it came out that it was true or false,
80 to
where
90%
do
of
you
all
stand?
sexual abuse cases do not go reported. So what you're asking is
And I am trying
not
to
okay.
champion the idea that we should come forward.
When women came forward about Trump, what did you say?
Okay, let's look into this.
Yeah.
And some of those cases about Trump turned out to be false
And what about E. Jean
because
Carroll?
people kept breaking the story left and right.
What about E. Jean Carroll?
Who?
E. Jean Carroll. The woman that Trump was adjudicated and proven to have sexually abused?
In all honesty, I don't know about that one because I've I've heard her side of the story and I've seen so many people break it down that it has put me with doubt.
So there's no doubt or any evidence that he didn't do it. There's a good defamation or a deposition video of Trump
There's no
pointing at
evidence
the
that
woman.
said he did do it.
Well, there's a video of him pointing
It
at
was
the
just her
woman.
word.
There was also a dress and semen or
Yeah,
male
a dress
DNA.
that was made after the whole incident happened.
That's not true either.
People,
If you can fact
yes,
check
that
that.
is true.
No,
That is
you can
true.
fact check that.
I
It's
did.
not true.
I did indeed fact check that.
Yeah,
I
the
did indeed
maker
fact
of the
check that
dress said it's not
because
true. The maker of the dress. I can pull it up. It's not true. E. Jean Carroll wore during the alleged sexual assault. Here are the key facts. As a designer, the dress was made by American designer brand Donna Karan. Use in case Carroll kept an unlaundered black wool coat style dress for 20 years. And fact check one point during the trials claimed that Donald Trump supporters' dress did not exist at the time, which was disputed by the reports confirming the dress was a classic and available during period in question. You're false. It's another piece of right-wing propaganda.
no, and besides, I don't really look at left wing or right wing people. I prefer to look at a more neutral stance
Without data.
because no, with data.
Got it.
Like I said, I prefer someone like Tim Pool, the quartering.
Tim Pool is far right.
Tim Pool is not no far right.
He is literally all as far right as you get. Yeah, he is.
No, he is not. He's
You
a classical liberal. I mean, do you even know what he believes in or stands for?
He doesn't believe in anything. He changes it every 5 seconds.
You obviously never listened to this guy.
Yes, I have. That bald fuck, I have.
Wow.
He is widely considered right-wing political commentator.
No, he is
He
not.
describes
Trust me,
himself
I've
as a
listened to this
classical
guy. This
liberal,
dude
but he
sounds
has
like-
no liberal
This dude
ideologies.
sounds. Dude, he believes in. He believes in government aid for the people. He believes that we should lower the retirement age. He believes.
And he
what
votes
else
right.
was it? What?
He believes in right-wing politics? With those?
No.
Okay. Yeah, he does.
No.
He's far right.
Right-wing politics is less government. He believes in more government, basically.
That's what Trump's doing, right?
Less government? Yeah. That's
More.
what he's trying to do.
Trump is literally in our asses with the military. He's all the government.
No, that's not the military. That's DHS and ICE agents.
And National Security.
Basic Border Patrol.
And National Guard.
The National Guard hasn't been deployed in Minnesota yet, and I don't think I can't recall if he deployed the National Guard in California.
He did, and Chicago. They got pulled back out. If it were up to him, they'd be there, right?
Yeah, they would be there if it were up to him.
Yeah. So he's big government. He wants to threaten
That's not big
cities. He
government.
wants to
Big
threaten
government-
institutions to bend to his will, or else he will punish them. He is trying to basically he's in our doctor's offices.
That was because of
he's in our
of
voting.
constant
He's trying
left-wing
to.
propaganda that
He's
most of
pressuring
those institutions
every
were
single
filling
state
their
to follow his
students'
voting
heads
laws.
with.
He's pressured every single state and college and law firm that he doesn't like with legislation and executive orders. He is huge government.
No, that's not huge government.
It doesn't mean yes, it is. It just
Because what he was trying to do with those universities and institutes was to get rid of all this left-wing propaganda. Because
why is he trying to do
most
that?
college students,
Why is that his job? He's the president. He doesn't own Harvard.
no, but Harvard is in America, and he owns America.
No,
as
he does not
president.
own America. That's wrong too, right? That's you
As
loving
president.
big government.
He runs it.
Yeah, he
He
doesn't
runs
run
it,
Harvard. Harvard's a private institution.
Harvard
And if
is
you
in
want the
America,
president,
so
if you want the president to run private institutions for you, that is big government.
what I'm trying to say is that he's trying to get rid of all this left-wing propaganda that's in our institutions, in our
That sounds very
universities,
familiar.
because
That's not his job. He
because-
doesn't get to decide that. That's big government.
dude, no one's really learning anything with all this propaganda.
It's the most
Everyone
prestigious.
has a useless. They
It's the
have
most
the
prestigious
useless
college on earth.
degrees.
What are you talking about?
It's a waste of money. It's gender studies
Anti-intellectualism?
and this whole liberal arts. I mean, how is that going to be useful in getting a job where you get paid $30 to $35 an hour?
So this is
or
another
a
talking
yearly
point.
salary of
This
150
is
to
the anti-intellectual talking
300.
points coming to life. Trump has convinced all of y'all Department of Education's bad, that college is liberal indoctrination. This is very akin to Hitler's
It is.
Germany. This is very akin to all of that stuff. And and then you guys want to come out and tell us what science is. You guys want to tell us all about science and
Well,
gender
your
studies. You
side
guys want to
clearly
tell
doesn't know what science is.
you guys want to tell us about gender studies, and they make fun of people who study it.
Well, I don't make fun of people who study it.
Trump does.
I will
Ted Cruz
criticize
does.
them for. I will criticize them for thinking that just because they have a gender studies college degree, they can go work anywhere they please.
No one says that. Nobody wants that.
Everyone is saying that. Most people say, I have a useless degree now. I went to college. I studied for I studied under gender
Did you
studies.
know
I
that?
did
Did you know
all
that
these.
people with a college degree just pretty much make like 2 or 3 times more than people who don't, on average?
Not anymore.
That's
That was
still
about
true.
10 to 20 years ago.
No, it's still
Right
true.
now, most people who don't go to college for degrees that they know that they need for their ideal job, um, they don't really have useful degrees. Because
They make
unless you
80. They
know
make
that, for
60%.
example, if you want to become a doctor or a neurosurgeon, yeah, people are going to get their college degrees for biology, for doctoring, and all that. If you
This
want to
is
be
this
someone
is
that works in a pharmacy, you're gonna get your college degree in biology and and
Is that
chemistry.
liberal? Is that liberal indoctrination? Biology?
No, that's something that's completely neutral of
Mm,
politics.
yeah.
Yes.
Did you know that if you
Wait, wait,
graduate
wait.
if you
Well, what does
graduate
politics have to
college,
do with biology?
if you
What does
grad
politics have to do with biology? What does
well,
it have to
I
do
have
with
to
biology?
constantly teach y'all about trans people and intersex and all this stuff all day. So, y'all were so easily propagandized with Trump's $200 million worth of anti-trans ads that if y'all went to college, you probably wouldn't fall for it.
M- Well, like I said, most people that go to college that know what they want usually have a successful career. But if you're just going to college for the sake of it and getting a useless degree, yeah, you're not going to get far because most companies won't even hire you for gender studies
They will if
um,
you're doing science, if you do something
or that other type
adjacent to that.
useless
Like
degree. I can't remember.
you keep saying useless degree, but like they still make 80% more than the average person, and it's
Well, that's
basically
because you're not being
it's not
specific like
just
I'm trying to be specific.
it's not
You're
it's
using a
not
broad brush here.
it's not it's
Yes,
not
you are painting with a broad brush.
okay,
You're
and it's
saying college degrees, and I'm just saying the gender studies. I wish I could remember the other three useless college degrees that are out there
listen, you can
that are
say they're
just as
useless,
useless.
but these are the people who are like, if you guys want to fight about what is a man and stuff, and then cry about gender study degrees, like I don't know if you could write better irony.
I'm not really crying about it.
Ted Cruz does. And the whole like sentiment of the right is to think that like this is a joke
Who
and
cares
that
what Ted
we're too
Cruz
stupid
says?
to understand it, but it's also too stupid and unserious for
Who
y'all to
cares what Ted
understand it.
Cruz says?
And also it's just basically teaching people critical thinking. So when Trump says things like, "Oh, migrants killed 60,000 people," and we can like, you go, "Oh, I'm gonna look that up to see if it's true." A liberal or somebody who attended college would go,
Well, I
"I don't
found
know if
out.
that's true,"
Well,
and they will look it up.
surprisingly, I found that to be not true. And if I'm being frankly honest about how Trump speaks and what he says, I would say he's also a liar or an exaggerator, mostly an exaggerator. I don't trust everything Trump says.
You should
I
trust
mean,
nothing, he says. You should trust literally nothing.
well, like I'm saying, there's some things that I do kind of believe him on, but there are other things I do not.
So it's not just the fact that these things are untrue, they're harmful.
Because
And his aim wasn't just to fool
here's what I
you
keep
about
on doing. I
something
don't
not
know if
true.
you or the audience can see, but I'm trying to be specific as best I can to my knowledge and not paint with a broad brush.
I guess
Because
that's useful sometimes, but I don't know. What I'm saying is just because you could determine what is easily and obviously a lie from Trump doesn't protect you from Trump. What that's doing is it's radicalizing people next to you who aren't as bright. And we have the masses of people going crazy the same way that fucking dumb people in Nazi Germany thought that the Jews were responsible for Germany losing World War One. All of these crazy conspiracies, while holding no validity, are just as dangerous. And that's what Trump is doing constantly, is spreading
well,
disinformation
that is what
harmful.
your side is basically doing. Because the moment your your master started to say Elon Musk is a traitor, even though everyone was loving that guy for his electric vehicles, environmentally safe um,
What leaders were
solar
saying that?
panels,
What leaders were saying
and
that?
Maxine Waters,
That's not our leader.
AOC.
So I can easily see that a
Well,
man.
I'm not being serious. I was being sarcastic about calling them your political leaders
Okay,
or masters.
yeah. See, I don't think they get very
But
far with
they are mainly
tricking
just
us.
people. They are
I
mainly
think
just
there's
people that you all listen to and just follow down to a letter. Because I do recall everyone praising Elon for his environmentally safe products. Then all of a sudden, when he joins up with Trump, now
yeah.
everyone
Now we
is
knew he was alive.
destroying
So
Tesla. Everyone is destroying
this is
people's
the
Tesla cars.
yeah. This is the line of
That's the
thinking.
real problem.
This is the line of thinking. So Elon Musk, a champion of like green energy and liberal ideology, sees his trans daughter come out, and then he starts picking a fight with her and decides to take his money and to make sure that his mission is to lead the whole world into anti-liberalism. He's doing this in Germany. He
I
supports
wouldn't
the
say
very far
anti-liberalism.
right.
I would say more lines of anti-left wing.
No. He is very far right. He is so fucking far right. I don't care how many nice electric vehicles he make. If you have a brain and you're a liberal, you would just continue to look at his stances on things and say, I don't like that guy. No one needed to trick us. We can say, hey, Elon Musk is doing Nazi salutes. He's backing the far right party of Germany.
No, he's not.
He's backing the far right party of the UK.
That was just a far left dog whistle, and just like clockwork, your side heard it, and
Are you
barked
guys still
as loud
fond
as
of
they
Elon
could
Musk?
about it.
Can I ask you, are y'all still cool with Elon Musk?
I have no feelings towards the guy.
But him and Trump are not friends anymore, and I see a lot
I
of
don't
people.
care.
A lot of people hate Elon Musk now
I don't
just
care.
because of Trump's friendship with him. That's what that looks like.
I honestly don't
This
care.
is what mass illusion looks like. That for us to
That I
actually look at
don't
his
care
positions
about
and not
Elon
like his
Musk or
positions.
Donald Trump or their relationship together.
No, the fact that you have no nuance, that your political positions and
No, I
your
said
liking,
I just don't care.
you like
And I
or
don't
don't
let
like.
politics ruin my life.
You do. You let Trump determine who you do and do not like. You don't like Adam Kinzinger. You don't like Liz Cheney. You don't like even Mitch McConnell or even like all of the
I
like
have no
the
I have no care
actual
for these
conservatives
people.
in your party. These are actual conservatives in your party that you guys have like a switch. Trump tells you that they're bad, they're rhinos, and then you guys all run like lemmings. You hate them all of a sudden with no reason. You don't know why. That's what that looks like. For us to
I
have
don't hate
actual
no one.
nuanced positions on
You're
Musk,
just putting words in my mouth. You think that I somehow follow Trump like a gospel
most of y'all do.
religious
It's not just because you
leader.
don't doesn't mean that's not a thing. So like y'all absolutely do. Like Marjorie Taylor Greene, how do you feel about her?
I agreed with her criticisms of Donald Trump.
The whole
Surprisingly, there are
party is doing
several
what
other
with her now, though.
conservatives.
The
There
whole
are
party is
several
doing what
other
with her now.
people who are conservative and liberal that also agree with Marjorie Taylor
But
Greene's
what is the party do? I'm not asking.
criticisms of Donald Trump.
Listen, I'm not. The point is that you may not like Marjorie Taylor Greene, but your whole party, the whole party, this is what they're doing at the direction of Trump. Hate Marjorie Taylor Greene. That's what brainwashing looks like. That's what the cult looks like.
Well, it's not. Well, it's not the whole party. Here, you are once again painting with a broad brush, which
It's
I
most
don't
of y'all.
think
It's most of
is
y'all,
a
right?
really good idea. Because when and my term for painting with a broad brush means that you see every other individual as just one huge color, despite the fact that they're different types of
You made
shades
the
to
same
it.
accusations that I
And
made towards me. You made the same exact ones, and now you're telling me not to paint with a broad brush, and that's fucking stupid, right?
well, that's because you keep doing it, and you've constantly done this during the beginning and from the previous guy.
I don't know.
I mean,
So that makes it okay for you to do and not
say that
me?
I would say that I am basically the easiest person to defeat in a left and right wing debate because I don't let politics run my life. I'm more the guy that says keep politics out of my fucking anime, video games, and life.
They won't. They won't. Your favorite anime is about politics. Your favorite video game is about politics, and everything you think and know of is all about politics. And until you're bothered by it and reminded
my
that
favorite
these,
video game is Tekken.
there's
Politics
plenty.
in Tekken.
So feudal Japan,
Explain politics
feudal
in
Japan,
Tekken.
yeah, feudal Japan.
What the fuck? feudal Japan has nothing to do with Tekken. Tekken is a fighting game with diverse characters.
I know what Tekken is.
And yet you're saying it's feudal Japan?
I am a lifelong gamer. Yeah.
Okay, so if you
It
truly know
touches on the
something about
narrative of
Tekken,
corporate warfare.
name me,
Mishima.
explain
Okay,
me.
Mishima Zaibatsu versus G Corp. So it's a narrative of corporate warfare and real world inspirations for characters like Poland's warrior prime minister Lydia Sobieska, sparking debates about
No.
representation, culture, commentary, developer intent,
No.
particularly regarding diversity.
That whole Mishima Zaibatsu and
Tekken's
G
woke.
Corporation. The whole
Tekken is woke,
Mishima
baby.
Zaibatsu and G Corporation fiasco happened because Kazuya Mishima took over G Corporation, used it in order to fight against his son, who runs Mishima Zaibatsu in Tekken. I believe that was Tekken 5. No, Tekken 6. That was in Tekken 6.
It's about anti-corporism.
The whole game is basically about
It's diversity and
family drama.
It's about diversity.
It was never about politics. It was never about the corporation.
It is.
All it was about Jin versus his family, basically.
Okay, well, when the creators come out and just like say it themselves, what does that mean?
Then okay, maybe I was wrong, but
Okay.
I don't see it.
I know you don't see it.
politics
I know you don't.
because
You poor thing.
because it's not buried in there, unlike The Last of Us Part 2, unlike Dragon Age: The Veilguard.
Dog, The Last of Us Part 2 came out when?
Last of Us Part 2 came, I think, 3 years ago, maybe 4.
No, my fucking god, you can't be this dumb.
Well, I don't recall.
The
when exactly
remaster
it
came out 3 years ago, dude. Are you fucking shitting me?
Okay, it was the fucking remaster that came out 3 years
The
ago.
remaster reflected
when
the
it came
original
out
one.
is irrelevant.
Yes, it does, because you're saying everything's woke now when this came out like 13 years ago and it was already had a fucking gay character in there and you're gonna fucking cry about it because they revamped it.
No one's crying about the fact that there was a gay character in there.
Then what was
the
woke
fact
about
that
it?
was just shoved down. The problem with Last of Us Part 2 is that it was just constantly shoved down our throats. We get it. Okay, she's gay. No need to constantly.
It was in the
remind
original,
her.
right?
That was the whole.
It was in the
fucking problem
original. That was
with-
in the original. You know what a remaster is, right? You know what a fucking remaster
Yeah, I
is?
know what a. Yeah, I know what a.
It's literally
fucking
the
remaster
exact
is.
same game with new graphics. So they didn't do anything extra.
And I'm saying when it came out is irrelevant because I still played The Last of Us Part 2, the original. I just couldn't remember when it came out.
It was out before this whole woke thing came out. So it makes you're completely wrong.
Ain't no. Dude, woke has been around for almost 15 years. Maybe
I know, but
20.
Trump has branded it in a negative light, and starting about 10 years ago.
It's always been. Oh, woke has always been a negative, and
No,
it
it's
came
not.
out in 2020. Last of Us Part 2 came out in 2020. That's still
No,
okay,
it didn't.
5 years.
No, it didn't.
Yes, I'm looking at the release date right now. I just looked it up.
It came out. Oh, it was a 2020 release. Still.
Wait, you're thinking about Last of Us 1?
Yeah.
Last of Us 1 was a freaking masterpiece.
Yeah, and she
It
was
was
gay then,
perfect.
right?
Yes, no one hated her. No one hated the game. I mean, for God's sakes, you had Ballad of Gay Tony, a GTA DLC game. Everyone loved it. It had a gay character
This
in
is
there.
what y'all are doing.
Everybody loves
you
Cyber-
guys
hell,
are
everybody
you
loves
guys
Cyberpunk.
you guys have
and
a
there's a gay character in there. Hell, there's a trans
exactly.
person in there.
Yeah, I know.
And,
I know.
And I'm wishing that I could romance the trans person as the main protagonist.
Cool.
So
cool.
it's technically not about
It's
know,
very woke,
there being
though.
a
It's
people
very
hating
woke.
it because there's LGBT members in it. No one hates. No one hates.
Tell me about the
Hell,
woke. Tell me about the woke game that you most recently didn't like.
It was Last of Us Part 2. What I didn't like about it, and it was a game I played, what I didn't like about it was the story, where you kill off the previous protagonist, all because of what he did in order to save Ellie.
We didn't kill
The
him.
fact that
The antagonist killed him.
I'm sorry, I misspoke. Where the antagonist Abby kills Joel because Joel saved Ellie from being killed and
Yeah,
turned into a
that's not
failed
woke.
cure.
That's not what part of it was woke that you didn't like?
I'm trying to get to that part. The part I the part where I'm getting to is where, like, okay, we get it, Ellie. You're a lesbian, or the fact that you got some sort of homophobe in a game who's in a post-apocalyptic world, and even Angry Joe himself, who is a major anti-Trumper, who who is so anti-Trump that he even attacked his own fans, criticizing um, there being a character who's homophobic towards um, Ellie and the other girl. Because who has time to be homophobic in a
It was in the
post-apocalyptic
game, though.
wasteland?
It was in the game. It was literally part of the game too. The exact line. So
Yeah, and we were saying like, why is a guy like that in this game that's themed around um, a zombie apocalypse, where
I don't know, dude.
the
The
main
people were
where the main goal
very.
is to have where the main goal is to survive and unite as one.
You gotta
That's
focus.
what.
No side drama. Got it, dude. Like you guys just have been taught to have a knee jerk
Well,
Rihanna,
if you want
a reaction. You
if you want to have proper side drama to a game, why not instead be the ex-boyfriend
you make
saying
it
like,
straight.
really?
Okay, so you're just being homophobic. Again, like if you're on the left,
No, I'm
what
not
they're
being
trying to
homophobic.
do
There is
is
the actual
what they're
there is
trying
the
to
actual
do.
ex-boyfriend where that's another thing. Like you just kill the father and ex-boyfriend off like that.
Okay,
I mean, you
what
just
they're trying to do in some of these cases, where people have a gay person and show some of these things, there's people who make the games that might be gay or trans. In fact, they're overrepresented in this industry, trans people. So they do get a hand on how these are written. And if we have some of this reflected, this is organic. This is an organic piece of storytelling that you guys are taught to be like, oh, fuck, damn it, shit, a black cop or black female cop.
I just referenced how I have loved Cyberpunk. I love Mass Effect. I've loved
Mass Effect is way old.
Ballad of Gay Tony.
That's way old.
These
You
all
guys
have
unironically
gay
like
and
these
trans
games.
people in them.
Yeah, I know. And you unironically like these, and you hate the ones they tell you to hate, like the new Assassin's Creed or I don't
Well,
know.
I'm not a fan of Assassin's Creed. Period. They're not even before they went that route. I enjoyed the Assassin's Creed genre. It's not my cup of tea.
Okay, still, this is the problem that's going around that you guys are just being taught. You have fatigue
Because
over what's
I
woke.
literally played Last of Us Part 2, and all I didn't like it because one, you're shoving the fact that Ellie is gay down our throats. We don't
No,
need
he's
a
not.
constant reminder that she's
That,
gay.
the fact that it comes to you like that is
forced us
bad.
to play as the antagonist who killed Joel. That's another thing I didn't like.
This
all the
sound.
way up
This,
to
you know what this sounds like to me? What you just said. Like I could literally say this to you, and you would feel the exact same way. I am so sick of seeing straight people in my shows. Like we get it. You're straight. What the fuck?
Well, the difference is that I don't need to be constantly reminded that they're straight or
Yeah, you do.
gay.
You just doesn't come to you. You don't think of it. You're just extra sensitive to the gay stuff. Of course, it's heterosexuality is literally in like 100% of all shows, and you literally just don't think anything of it.
What the fuck, dude? No one is
Right?
out here in the old classic shows saying, "Hey, I'm straight."
Yeah, I know. They're just
except for that
holding hands and kissing
except
their
for that one
wives.
show.
They all do it.
Except for that one show where I was all like, "Okay, I get it. You're a straight guy that likes chicks."
No.
Yeah,
This
there was that
this
one
happens
show.
in every show where people hold hands, and I don't have a knee jerk reaction to it. Like if it's a man and a woman, or a man
I
and a
don't have a
man, or a woman
knee-jerk
and a woman.
reaction to
You
it.
do. You do.
No, I don't.
I literally see it like as something beautiful every time, and you don't.
Again, you are misinterpreting what I'm trying to say. which is it. I don't need to be which is I don't need to be constantly reminded that you're gay, that you're trans,
or
that you're
straight.
straight, or whatever.
You
Okay.
just don't see it when it's straight. You just don't see it. You only see it when it's trans or gay. You don't see it when it's straight. Like I hated Love Actually. Like it was just straight people all over, like all day, every day. Like they were just kissing and making out, and reminding me of how like that white picket fence,
That's not
that
reminding you that you're
that
straight or gay.
heteronormative,
I mean,
like watching football and
I
shit.
mean,
Get that shit
the
out of here,
anime
dude.
Green, it, the anime Green is a much better story than Last of Us Part Two, and that is a gay anime, if anything, because there's a lot of yaoi in there, and
Okay.
yet I'm not constantly reminded
What about
that they're gay.
what about in aren't there trans people in One Piece?
Yeah, and once again, I'm not reminded that
Yeah,
they're
you are.
trans.
Yeah, you are.
No, I'm not. How, how is it that you are telling me what I'm constantly reminded of? I mean, I
You
don't
just
say
don't
like,
see it.
oh, well, why do I have to see it? Why do I have to see someone's sexual identity?
Because
Why
you
can't
don't
I
see it
just
because
see
it's
the
a cartoon,
Why
and
can't I just see the character?
you don't see the
Why
things that
can't I
make
see
you.
like how I saw Joel, who was a broken man in the beginning because he lost his wife, he lost his daughter, he has nothing left. He he views the world as a very dark and cruel place, and he does that gets no that should get no sympathy or empathy from him because of what it took from him. Why
So
can't I see
her,
that? Why do I
so
have to
you
see
can.
Joel as a
It's all
great
there.
character?
You can all see that. You can see all of that, and you can see that Ellie ended up being gay because
Because
of a rough past,
in
and
Last
because
of
of
Us 1 and even the TV show, I saw Ellie before Last of Us 2. I saw Ellie as an orphan girl, traumatized and mentally broken by all the people that she has loved, cared for, and respected die left and right, and her to be lied to by Joel in order to hide the fact that it was all for nothing.
So, do you think there's a
That
few gay children out there, a few gay girls that may have looked at this game and felt seen,
no,
empowered? Like that Ellie is such a badass and determined to seek revenge, and that like she just held
no,
steadfast her beliefs.
it because the story that the revenge story was done so poorly in that game that it was like this. Most people that played the previous game were saying this is not Ellie. Like, what the hell is going on here? Why is she doing all of this cruel sick shit?
I don't know. I don't know. But
I mean,
if you kill
Bayonetta
Joel, I get it.
is a female character. She's a badass.
Cool.
Laura Croft from Tomb Raider 1, 2, and 3 on the PlayStation 1 all the way up to PlayStation 3. She's a badass.
Mm-hmm.
Lightning from Final Fantasy, she's a badass. Tifa is a badass and pretty cute. Let's see, Yuffie, she's a badass from Final Fantasy.
Oh man.
Cindy is a badass from Saints Row.
Cool. But they're not gay.
I mean, I can go on, dude.
I think Yuffie is a great example too of how people are othered based on their looks. Right?
I thought Yuffie was pretty much a badass based on her character
Yeah, but her eyes made her
and
stand
look.
out, and they treated her differently, right?
Well, to me, what made her stand out was her personality.
Stop, dude.
So I really don't understand um, what you're talking about when you say, well, straightness is being shoved down our throats in regular stuff, and we do, and I choose not to see it. Like, I don't get it because, like I said, you can go to any other video game where in Mass Effect 3 you can choose to romance Steve, I think that's the pilot's name, not Joker, the other guy that takes you, that, that lands you on the planet from the Normandy ship. You can romance him after he was a grieving widow, or you can choose to play as female shepherd, which is what I did. I played as female shepherd and romanced the lesbian woman. I cannot remember her name. It started with a T.
All right, case in point would be every single Final Fantasy, Cloud and Tifa or Cloud and Aerith, whoever you chose, straight. What's her name? Lightning and whoever else, straight. Titus and Renoa, straight. Every single one of them, straight, 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 straight. And you didn't cry about that. But when also back then, like you said, Mass Effect, all these things, you were enjoying all of the gay features of those things back then, the 90s and early 2000s. Same thing with Cloud, dressing up as a woman, doing all these things. You would have cried if that came out today,
Yeah, I thought that was.
and you would have been like, God damn, it's just so woke, I can't play it.
They made a remaster of Final Fantasy VII where they kept that in, and
No,
I
they-
laughed.
Yeah, I know,
Yes, they
but
did.
that was because it stayed true to the game. But if it came out today in a new game like Last of Us 2, you guys would all cry about it. You would all cry and say everything's woke.
No, no, I constantly roll my eyes about it because things are getting woke, and thankfully, most people are now starting to fight back about it.
Like things
where
aren't getting
they are
woke,
getting
right? I just said all
Huh?
of these games in history all have these types of things, but you're just now
No,
becoming
they don't, because
sensitive
it's
to it.
not. It's not. Their sexuality is not
Mass Effect
constantly.
came out
told.
when?
Mass Effect, I think, came out in 2005 or 2000.
Yeah, way
between
before this whole thing,
2003 or
right?
2006.
Way before the 10 years you just cited.
Yeah, I'm talking about the first Mass Effect game.
Yeah, so they had gay people in that game. It's not a thing that's everybody's just doing now because it's cool.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, Mass Effect. As a matter of fact, Mass Effect was the first game where you can have a gay romance, and no
Well,
one
there you
hated
go.
it.
That's not true. There's plenty of other games with gay romance.
So what was the first video game that had a gay romance before Mass Effect? Then
Caper the Caster, 1989. Fallout 2, The Sims, Fable.
The Sims does not count. Since
Fable.
you have full control over the story. You are the storyteller.
Okay, again, you could do gay people in there.
I mean, yes, you can.
All of these
You can
games,
do
you could
gay-
choose to be gay and not.
I'm talking about a story. I'm talking about a video game with a story that allows you to
Okay,
romance anyone.
Great Greed.
Because
Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic, Temple of Element of Evil, Fable, again. Some of these date back to
and when it
1989.
goes, okay, and so
Fallout 2,
because
1998.
these,
Great Greed, 1992.
yeah, but once again, it wasn't shoved down our throats back then, which proves my point.
That doesn't prove your
I
point.
mean,
It's the same thing. It was a whole. There was a whole game
No,
that
it's
was about
not.
LGBTQ.
It's not the same thing, because uh, in Cyberpunk, you know, like I said, there's a trans woman in there who I wish we could actually romance and date, but the story doesn't allow us to.
Again, you guys weren't taught
And
to be
and
knee-jerk
no
reaction
one
to this yet.
and no one cared that there was a trans person in there.
Nobody.
I mean,
You
she
guys weren't
was
being
her
taught.
own person. She didn't let being trans define her identity.
Again,
Her I
you can choose to be any. You could be anything in that game. You could be like you could choose your D size. You could choose to have a D or not. Like it was very woke.
Yeah, that
and the
was
fact that you're okay with that one and
that
not okay with
wasn't
all these
that
other
wasn't
things
really woke
is silly.
because that wasn't woke because you could do that with in
It was
Mass
very
Effect. I
woke
mean, you
because
could
in the
technically do that
future,
in Skyrim,
in the future,
and
they
you
imagine
could
that
marry
all of
whoever
these.
you want.
Yes, in the future, they think they imagine that all of it will be all the same. None of us will care about genital and all like preferences and all this stuff. And you could just have sex with robots and stuff. That is the woke idea of that game, and you unironically excuse it.
That was not the woke idea of the game. Hell, there wasn't
That was
even
what
any
they
wokeness in it.
illustrated with the
There was,
world building. Yes, that was their
that's not
the
what was,
intention behind world
that's not
building.
where they were going with. What they were going with for the game of Cyberpunk was that that flesh and metal can now become one. You can do anything, be anything you want. That's what the
That's
whole
so
game
woke.
was about.
And identify as anything you
That's
want,
not
right?
woke.
And identify as
That's
anything you want.
being anything you want is not being woke.
Identifying as whatever you want.
Not to this level of what you're
It's
trying
even
to say.
more.
Yeah, because it's a work of fiction. It's a fantasy game. I mean, most people in Cyberpunk
all games are
try
fiction.
to be most people in Cyberpunk try to be what was that race called? Shokans.
Dude, all games are
From
fiction.
Mortal Kombat. Yeah.
Ellie was in a game. It was in a what is a zombie apocalypse. That wasn't true either. If you don't, I don't want to spoil it.
Well, I played that, and yeah, I know it's a work of fiction. It's all.
Yeah.
And
so what's the difference between the two
that's
again?
what I like about these games, that it is a work of fiction. I like the stories, but when you have to constantly put politics into it or this woke nonsense into it,
like
it
all
just
the games you love.
Every
You
single
don't even
Final
know-
Fantasy is woke.
You don't even
Every
know half
single
the
one of
games
them.
I love, dude.
Every
you don't
single
even
Final
know half
Fantasy
the
is
games.
woke as fuck.
No, it isn't. That I can tell you for a fact.
It's my favorite series.
There are what?
It's my favorite series. I have a Final Fantasy tattoo. I'm playing Final Fantasy right now on my other screen.
Well, hey, I just finished playing Final Fantasy 16.
Cool.
Wonderful. Hell, I cosplayed as I cosplayed as Jazz from 13.
Okay, all of Final Fantasy is woke. That's the answer.
No, it is not.
It is pro
Final Fantasy is not woke.
LGBTQ. Yoshi P constantly says he's kind of woke. I don't know, man. It's kind of bad for you.
No, I strongly disagree that all Final Fantasy is woke. I mean, the newer ones they may might have some wokeness in it. The newer ones in it, but
what was 7 about?
If you really count one, if you really count one,
what was 7 about? It was about a bunch of environmental activists, pretty much paralleling climate change and big oil drilling from the planet, right, and killing the planet. That's not woke.
Yes and no.
Right. That's not woke.
Yes and no. Captain Planet ain't woke either. Captain Planet was about the same damn thing, and none of it was woke.
How is it not woke to be environment friendly?
It's not woke to be environmentally friendly because it is. No, it is not. It's not woke to care about nature. It's not woke to care about the CO2 emissions. It's not care. It's not woke.
Can I ask you something? Is there one
ozone.
side in politics that constantly says climate change is not real? This is easy.
Wait, say it again.
Is there one side in politics that says climate change isn't real? Is there? I'll give you a hint. Trump says that we might see global cooling soon. That global warming is not real.
And I disagree with him. Many people disagree with him.
I
Many
don't
people that vote for Donald Trump disagree
I'm not
with him.
asking you if you
What's the
disagree.
fucking
I'm not
point?
asking you if you disagree. That's your side.
What I'm basically trying to say is that Trump is wrong.
I know. Duh.
Anyone can say Trump is wrong.
Duh. But that's the side that's doing that, right? Trump is doing that. Trump is
No, that's your
Mako.
side. Your
Trump is the
side's the
Mako.
side
He's
that
Shinra.
follows-
Trump is Shinra. Unironically. Steve Miller is, or I guess Pete Hegseth would be, what's his name, the head of security. Absolutely.
Trump is not Shinra.
Absolutely. Did he not just
I
have a
wouldn't
big
say Trump is
meeting with all?
Shinra.
Trump just had a big meeting with all the oil executives. He's going to go send out to Venezuela to get all the oil he liberated. Wouldn't that be Mako telling all of their investors where to go find more Mako energy and build a new Shinra
No.
reactor?
No,
How not?
because what Trump did to Venezuela, that was about that was basically about him capturing a guy that sent drugs and criminals to our country. And what about Obama putting a $25 million bounty on Nicolas Maduro?
That's all
No
good.
one's talking about that.
That's good. I'm not talking about the Maduro part. I'm talking about the oil. Oil, Mako. Yeah, stay on track here, bud.
Okay, if he's talking about the oil, no. All that is just him trying to make gas and oil cheaper in America.
Yeah. Got it. It's totally not Mako trying to make Mako energy cheaper for the people of Midgar. You're right.
Because what Final Fantasy VII, yeah, it was about freedom fighters trying to.
It was about environmental
destroy a big-
activists. They were environmental. Avalanche was
and
environmental.
freedom fighters.
No, environmental.
Okay, yeah, they were basically environmental, but they evolved to becoming freedom fighters once the story progressed, because when they learned of the whole truth about what was that woman's name? Shoot, Genova, and what she was, and how they thought that Genova was part of this sacred race that but
Dude,
she
you're getting off
wasn't. She was
track.
actually just
You're getting off track. That is minutia. Okay, we're talking about the environmental factor, and I'm just going to read
Well,
this.
then
You
well,
can't
then
see the screen right now,
basically
but I'm showing you right now.
Well,
When
basically, what I'm saying is no. It's two different things.
Are
Because,
environmentalists
well, yeah.
usually left or
What?
right? This is what I just Googled. And the environmental activists are usually politically left. And then, so that would make Trump Shinra, right?
Again, no.
The guy who wants to drill baby drill?
Yeah, I was just about to say that. He is a guy who says he wants to drill baby drill.
And what's Shinra's whole like mission?
Shinra's whole mission is just to extract.
Drill?
And no, just oh yes, drill, but just extract. Regardless.
Come on, man. Fuck.
Yeah, but the difference here is what Shinra was doing was literally hurting the planet.
Oh my!
I don't see how our oil drilling, regardless of what country does it, can really hurt the planet. I mean, unless there's some sort of factual based science that says taking oil out from the earth will destroy it eventually.
Dig, have you heard of man-made climate change? Have you heard of CO2?
I just mentioned CO2.
So so drilling oil and then burning it, what does that do?
Well, without the proper filters, it creates a CO2 carbon emissions that damages our ozone. Do you not know that we also have
kind of like
exhaust filters that prevent that?
No.
Do you not know that?
All right.
Most that the older cars don't have such features like the ones from the 90s and
there's
80s,
no filters that prevents this.
Ones,
there's no filter. You're talking about catalytic converters, and they still don't do this. They don't do this 100%. And oil burning oil in cars still does the same thing it did 50 years ago. Still does it.
But not as a grand scale as the older models did.
But we have more people
because
driving.
The newer models.
We have millions more. China just got cars in the last 15 years. They are driving 1.3 billion people. They're driving now.
And you notice how most Chinese cars emit a black smoke, whereas the U.S. car does not.
They're mainly doing electric now, so not really.
And so are we. We're doing electric
We had to
TVs.
fight y'all tooth and
We're-
nail to teach y'all about electric. You're right.
And yeah, I was the one among those people fighting for electric.
Yeah. For what?
For electric, I was the one also on the side of cleaner energy. Because yeah, I do think we should get off the gas. I think they should make the cost of electricity less and build more reliable, stronger batteries that can survive winter.
And the only way to do
Because
that
when
is
Texas,
to industrialize
well,
and
when
to
Texas
push.
did it, when they went full green, they got screwed over because all their windmills froze and they could not generate power.
I live in Texas. That's not what happened.
Well, if well, then it must have been another state because I know for a fact that there was a state that had windmills that froze over and could not run.
Windmills
And
freezing was a thing in most places, but the reason we had an electricity like a grid failure is because very famously Greg Abbott got billions and billions of dollars to renovate the grid, and he did something else with it. And we are on our own independent grid, and it's not up to date. That's why it happened. It wasn't because of electric cars or windmills. There's entire countries
no one
that
said
run on.
anything about electric cars. What I said was that we need to have stronger batteries that can survive the winter.
What
And
we
I'm
will
pretty
have
sure
those sooner
now.
when we have like Democrats that have been pushing for electric cars for like decades now. We would have had it way
Yeah, but they've
sooner
been
if we
pushing
had our
for
way.
unreliable electric vehicles.
Yeah,
The
but
electric
the
vehicles
way
that we
to
had back then were unreliable.
the
But
way to
then
get to the
Elon
better.
Musk came along and they were a little bit better.
Okay, the way to make them better is to industrialize and make them popular, so that more companies have incentive to industrialize that and make better batteries. And fighting y'all who don't believe in science all the time just made it real hard.
Dude, it's your side that doesn't believe in the science. I just mentioned how I stood on the side of, building something that's that can survive the winter. I'm
Trump
the
doesn't believe in global climate change. How in the fuck are Republicans going to do anything to stop that? How the fuck? Why, if he doesn't believe in this fundamentally, why would he take actions to
dude,
stop it?
most people are saying he's wrong. Most people are trying to tell him, on a real scientific level about certain possibilities.
My
of
5-year-old
global
brother can
change.
teach him about science, dude. He doesn't listen to anybody. There's not too many people that walk the earth that Trump fucking listens to.
I disagree with that.
Yeah, who does Trump take orders from?
Trump listens to his generals. Trump listens to his advisors.
No,
That tells them
he
yeah.
fires them. He fired 95% of them in his first administration, and this time he's just got people who will do crimes without him having to beg.
Not really, no, because during the whole Afghanistan thing, where he was trying to pull troops out, he fired people because they lied to him about how many troops were in Afghanistan, and he once approached someone of high ranks that wasn't a general that said, I can most likely get all of this stuff done and fix this place up less than the time your current generals can.
Trump
And he got
very
a
much
shot.
fucked up the Afghan pullout, and that was all his baby.
No, that was Biden. That happened under Biden. Biden delayed Trump's original Afghan pullout.
Mm-hmm.
It was supposed to happen much sooner.
It was supposed to happen May 1st. That was like 2 months after he was inaugurated, and Trump gave him no peaceful transfer of power, told him nothing about the pullout.
That's not true because
that is true.
And after the whole January 6th debacle, Biden was in power.
No peaceful transfer of power, right? Like Biden had to take it. Trump had to be pushed out. Trump didn't give him all of his notes, right? Like you think Trump was trying to give him everything he could to like say, hey, here's where we left off. No, Trump was too busy trying to cause a riot.
No,
and
that's not true.
Do all that. No,
No,
that
he
is
wasn't
true.
starting no riot.
Biden had to famously go and investigate, have all these different agencies figure out where the fuck we were with Afghanistan, and Trump had already made a deal with the Taliban and gave them free, like 5,000 prisoners freed from prison, and that was all of the negotiation tools we had. So after that, they had all the cards. Biden couldn't come back and be like, "Hey, can we renegotiate?" They'd be like, "No, we're good. What are you gonna give us?"
No, what do you mean? But that's not true.
Okay.
Biden delayed the whole pull out thing, and he did it terribly. He just decided to say, "Hey, just go overnight, leave all of our American shit there,
That
and
happens
just
every
leave."
time. That happens every time. Trump
No, it
politicizes
doesn't.
that. Yes, it does. Every single war and
No,
conflict we leave shit. Every time.
no, we don't.
Yeah, ask
We don't
Millie.
leave shit every time.
Yeah, we do.
No. And if we are going to leave something, we usually destroy it and make it not usable.
That's what we did.
They left
We
fully functional
decommissioned
firearms
planes.
and vehicles.
That's not true either. We decommissioned all of it.
That is
The
true.
only thing that
They
the only
had
no,
they showed them wearing our U.S. outfits, carrying our U.S. guns, firing our U.S. guns, using them, meaning they were fully functional.
okay. Again,
Driving our U.S.
what you're seeing
military vehicles.
what you're seeing is
Let me guess, it's all propaganda and lies.
no. You're seeing people who intercepted and got a bunch of like night vision goggles, and that stuff is true. Some of it ended up in the hands of even the Taliban's enemies, but it wasn't because of Biden just couldn't figure out how to do it. It was because Trump left him in this disaster
I never
where
said
all.
he couldn't figure out how to
Do you know
do
what?
it. I
Do you know?
just said he
Do you know what the
pulled out.
Do you know what the Doha Accords are?
What?
Do you know what the Doha Accords are?
No.
That was the negotiated plan between Trump and the Taliban. That was signed and sealed by Trump. That was where all of the deal was made. And Biden had to come in and be like, where the fuck are we? What's going on? And then Biden looked at Trump's efforts before the election and saw that Trump tried to remove 3,000 people and then added 3,000 more soldiers because it was dangerous. And then they just hit a stalemate again. So Trump slowly started pulling people out of Afghanistan and dwindled down
Biden
the
never
numbers.
knows where the fuck he is.
That's fun. And then Trump left 2,500 soldiers there around Christmas when he said he would have them all home by Christmas. He didn't. And because he was too busy with crying about this stolen election. And Biden had to go figure it out, and he had to push it back
like
because
I said,
May 1st was the
Trump
withdrawal
was
date.
lied to about the number of troops that were in Afghanistan.
By his own administration that he hired?
Yes, that's why he did so much firing.
Okay. I don't think that's the case. There's no proof of that. Right? Trump is notoriously like the big liar, right? And then we have Milley, like a 4-star general who has served this country his whole life.
Everybody lies.
I believe a 4-star decorated general who's also Republican over Trump, who just lies all the time. Who would never admit he's wrong, ever.
So does Joe Biden. So does Kamala Harris. So does
Joe
Tim
Biden
Walz.
came out and apologized multiple times for things he said he was wrong. He absolutely did. Trump will never do that.
Yeah, I know that about Trump. Everybody knows that about Trump. That most people that even voted for him or support him will always say, "Yeah, Trump lies or exaggerates an awful lot." I mean, that's what we can do.
So you think he was doing that with the Afghan
pullout?
pullout? I think he was doing that with the Afghan pullout, especially because
Trump was not in power.
Yeah, I know, but he made the deal. He's the one who endangered all those people.
He made the pullout to happen sooner. It happened later.
He left 2,500 troops there with 5,000 Taliban released prisoners. Those Taliban prisoners went and released ISIS-K terrorists from another prison, and that person was the person who suicide bombed those 13 soldiers. That was literally directly tied to Trump. Nothing directly tied to Biden, though.
That's not true.
What's not true about it?
That Trump had anything to do with that. Once
he
again,
released those prisoners.
Joe Biden delayed the pullout, and again, Joe Biden was the one in power. Joe Biden could.
He was constrained.
No,
with
no.
What was
hang
set.
on. Joe Biden could have agreed to the original pullout plan, or make a new pullout plan where instead of doing it in the dead of night, underneath
the day?
The Afghanistan plan, presidents.
Oh God, you didn't just say that, did you?
What I
Was
what
the
I was trying to
Afghan
say
was the
was
ANA in power?
what
Did the ANA control the government? Who controlled the government at that point?
it was the Afghanistan
False.
president and government with
You mean
the
the
help of the,
Taliban?
no,
The Taliban.
no, because the Taliban were trying to take back the government.
They took it back in 2 weeks after Trump did this.
No, they took it back in no, I would say they took it back in about 2 days after the whole Afghan pullout.
Oh God. When Afghanistan released those prisoners, were they stoked about it?
I don't know much on the details of the
No,
story
they
about
fucking
it because
hated it. Trump put his foot on their back and forced them to do it, which released 5,000 terrorists, gun-wielding terrorists that will kill you. That's what Trump did. And then he invited him to Camp David on the anniversary of 9/11.
I don't have much on an argument or an opinion because I don't know much about it. Because I do know one thing, though, is that Trump did threaten the leader of the Taliban that he would kill him. He showed him a picture of his own home if any American blood was spilt. That I do know.
I know. That's a nice piece of like propaganda he likes to tell over and over again. And you know what happens?
Well,
you know
I've
what
only
happens?
heard it from Donald Trump once, and it's been reported multiple times.
I know.
And most people have tried to do
I
it as
don't
a negative
care.
paint.
Like I don't care. Like this is just this moment you imagine in your head. Do you not think that anybody, even a fucking trained monkey at the head of the U.S. government, could tell the military to go do something? Yeah, they will go do it. They don't need Trump's help. They didn't need any help on how to put up orange makeup or buy real estate or run a fucking game show. They didn't need any of the pointers from Trump to know how to go kill a person. Trump just told them that.
Yeah, the military told Donald Trump where this guy is, where he lives.
Wow. He did that? He had the idea of asking our military where that person was? That's brave.
Yeah.
That's so brave and smart of him.
Yeah, it's called intelligence gathering.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I've had you up for like a while, almost 2 hours. You're welcome to call back some other time, all right?
I was surprised myself that we're now at 1 hour and 56 minutes and 43 seconds and counting.
All right. Well, you're welcome to come back some other time, all right?
Okay.
All right. Take it easy. Like, it doesn't take that much. Like, if Kamala did that, would you be like, look how badass Kamala is? No. I don't care. Give a fuck. God damn, I can't get over the cognitive dissonance. If we have any Final Fantasy fans in chat, Final Fantasy VII, by no stretch of the imagination, was about environmental activism or politics. God damn. Sorry, for those of you who have no idea what that is, I'm sorry. I ranted on that a bit. Exactly, Amelia. PR Cloud Pickles? I will. Final Fantasy's partially what radicalized me? Fucking W, Taylor. Fucking W. Goddamn. You use a game of Blitzball right now? Dude, Blitzball was goated. Anybody who says they're being Pacific. Dude, Cloud went undercover not only as a woman, but into women-only areas. To queer bait. Not even... I guess he's straight baited? That guy? Am I gonna take another daddy? Another call. I don't know. I'm neither because I don't know anything about politics. Whose side should you be on? Be on my side. Cloud was just doing his job, whatever it takes. Those roast pickles Pamela Anderson made on her estate, they are bomb. What? Is Pamela a queen? Pamela's pickles. Chat. Someone buy me this right now. Does it have her bathwater? Freedom, diversity, and habitat of America. Oh, wow. I'm gonna eat the fuck out of this. Spicy rose dill pickles, handmade in Los Angeles. I want this. I'm not lying either. $38 for a fucking thing of pickles. 4.9 stars? Drilling is different than extracting. Oslo! How much? Dude, Oslo, grab some. They're 48 bucks. Cucumbers, distilled vinegar, organic apple cider vinegar, dill, garlic, Fresno chilies, rose petals, guajillo. Dude, rose petals actually do sound pretty good in pickles. Chad, I'm serious. If you guys want to send me these, I'll give you my address. I want these. All right? They're out of stock. Fuck. Someone go to her house. I would eat the shit out of that. 100% of the proceeds are donated. Oh my god. What a queen, dude. I'll text her. Appreciate you, Oslo. Love you, John. Thank you. I know you would. I'm just gonna have to settle for Elliot. If anybody has Amazon Fresh, these are on Amazon. These are the best pickles. They're gherkins. Okay? And this is the magic. No, someone took the thing. Fuck. All right, well, I removed it from this one, but it has a little thing that you pull, and it lifts the bottom of the jar, and the pickles come out. These, yeah, they have the pickle caddy. Chat, you need these. They're like $8, but your guests will think you're fucking fancy. Easter lunch will be popping. They're not sweet. They're dill. Someone took the thing. You can buy devices on Amazon that will do anything like that. With anything you want. Mine has a little pearl onion on it. Yeah. They have pearl onions in here. Fancy like Applebee's. Won't lie, I just ate a bad one. They come with guests. At least they're taking a break from the blue Takis. I'm not, because I'm still eating them. Every day, I have to face the wrath of my decisions to eat blue Takis. And I wouldn't suggest anybody else put themselves through this, but I have to do it. It's a vicious cycle. You gotta use chopsticks when you eat them, John. You gotta eat chopsticks. Like, my chopsticks are in the bag. Look. You gotta have chopsticks, y'all. Get cultured, chat. Come on. Get fucking cultured. I'm already sick of it. Is blue the #1 flavor? I don't know if they even taste different, but blue is my favorite. The red ones seem spicier or harder on my stomach. My mouth isn't blue, but after I use the potty, it looks like someone murdered the Cookie Monster. Sorry for the imagery. Guacamole Talkies. Ooh, guys, I just ordered avocados. Pickles go in business with me. Blue pills, but make them red for MAGA men who are dumb. I'm in. I'm in. Whatever, Oslo, I'll go into business with you any day, dude. Don't we get a tax write-off for you being a puppet? Blue pills for MAGA men who can't bring themselves to take blue pills. I get it now. I get it. I get it. Like MAGA men who are so obsessed with being anti-woke. Like the same dudes who'd be like, I'm not a homo sapien, I'm a hetero sapien. Like that kind of MAGA. They have those finger chopsticks on Temu. Yeah, I know. Chat, I think I'm gonna be getting off soon. Have you worn the blue Taki socks yet? If you have, did you wear them with Crocs? Yes and yes, actually. Izzy, I wore those yesterday. I love those socks because they actually like are high quality. They like feel whatever, like compression or whatever around the feet. They're really good. Are female puppets puppies? I like that. Maybe. All right, y'all. Guys, these dungeons in Final Fantasy aren't going to run themselves. I'm so glad that I could combine my gaming and my political knowledge. Name one other person qualified to do that. Name another besides Asmon fucking Gold. No one. Actually, Hassan and Destiny are gamers. Takis are awful. They're hot for no reason. They don't taste good. Can someone put a 5-minute ban on UK BBN? Can you call my friend and act like a story she wrote? She stole a small Lego bag. I actually think I'd be pretty good at prank calls. You're right, Ashby. You're right. I fucking dude, Asmongold is straight up trash. I'm so glad he's on the right. He's fucking trash. His dad was a good guy. It seems. I don't know how Asmongold came out of that. Takis and Goku great. Oh my god. Not to steal. If she doesn't return it, you're gonna call the cops. Emma, I'll do it. How's life treating you being so handsome? It's alright. It's alright. I'm out. Love you, Dune buddy. Have a great night. Yo, catch you later. Taylor, get on Final Fantasy. Get on Final Fantasy. I promise I'll stay. I won't leave you. Get on Final Fantasy. I love you forever. Alright, chat. I love you. Follow me. If you enjoy these debates. Cash App, Venmo in the bio if you guys are trying to buy me more pickles. More cornichons. I will see y'all tomorrow. I love y'all. Smoochies chat. Bye.